also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training intervention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial units in general, using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
We care.
We serve.
South Africa is growing, and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memoranda of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupili principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to
Good morning, colleagues. I hope you slept well. You traveled well, those of you who were using transport to come here. And yeah, we will be starting shortly. And I'm just appealing for those that are still outside to please come in so that we start. Yeah, it's just one slide. Yeah. Is there a change? It must just swap. Okay.
I've spoken to Tanya. She's going to come in at 10:30. Then it will be the discussions, then break, and then the report.
So Tanya goes there.
Yes.
10:30. Okay. And then the provincial report is the last one, no?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are we winning with that one slide? Technical team? Yeah, colleagues, maybe let's just do some onboarding exercise whilst we prepare for the first presentation by Dr. Sal Muthayan. But I thought perhaps let's look at those questions there. And for us as NSG, obviously the first one is important just in terms of your take on what transpired yesterday. We were able to do some summation of the various presentations that were made, but of course the specific question that we are asking is exactly as it stands there, is what stood out for you yesterday and why? And the second question is, right now, would you get into a driverless vehicle and trust it? Would you? So it's not the intention that you comment on all the questions, but to take one that resonates with you best, and then you share some thoughts to the collective about it. The question that hits you, and you just share some thoughts with us and perhaps some insights there as well. And the other one that comes is what new skill would you like to have and why? I mean, this is against the backdrop of the discussions we had yesterday about the importance of reskilling the workforce in order to be future fit and relevant to the demands of the future economy and the future work of public servants. So what new skill would you like to have and why? And the other question is, if there was one thing you would like to do to leave a legacy in your department, what would that be? You would recall a question that was asked by Hein yesterday when we were discussing the concept of coaching and mentoring, and he steadfastly made a point that the two issues are about leaving a legacy as a senior manager in your department. So what is it that you would like to leave as a legacy in your department? And the next one is, if your life was to be played in a movie, what would the movie genre be, and who would you like to play your character and why? So, would it be a tragedy? Would it be what? Fiction? Would it be what? And the other one is, what would you like to change about yourself and why? And the last, of course, is, which of the big 5 animals resonates with your character? So shall we get some takers on these questions, colleagues? It's not everybody that's going to speak, but like I said yesterday, feel free to just come out. We are creating an environment ahead of some serious engagements through the presentations again. So it's a very light moment. Can I see hands on those questions? Okay. You are the first ones here. Okay.
Thank you. To me, Chairperson, I would say I would relate myself with the elephant.
Okay.
My reason behind that is that, sorry, not elephant, man, lion.
A lion?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason why I am using the lion is that if you look at the lion, there are certain characteristics which are very impressive about the lion. The first one, the lion, when you watch how it attacks its prey, first of all, the lion is very focused. You may have heard of buffaloes, but the lion will not just jump for a bigger buffalo, if I can say. But you will understand that the lion will focus on one buffalo, and it will even leave the one that is next to it. That is the kind of the focus that it has. Also, before attacking, you'll learn that the lion is it plans before attacking. So the other thing that the lion is doing, it is also using some strategies. When you look at the group of lions, when they are going to attack for whatever animal, you'll find out that they are not just attacking. A female will go in front, trying to attack that particular animal, but in a way is driving that animal to go to the group of those lions that will do the rest of the job.
Okay.
So one way or other, those are some of the characteristics that I will relate myself with. Okay. Hence, I'm choosing that animal. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thanks a lot. Foregrounding the importance of planning. That a lion doesn't just attack, it plans, and the planning is so meticulous that the outcome is almost a foregone conclusion. So thank you very much for that. And this is characteristic of the work that we do as senior managers. As the saying goes, if you don't plan enough, you are planning to fail, all right? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail, something of that sort. Any other takers on the other questions? At the back there.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
I think I'll take the question that if your life was to be played in a movie, what would the movie genre be, and who would you like to play your character and why? My movie, the title would be A Life Well Lived.
Okay.
And the genre will be a documentary. And who would I like to play my character is either than Numisindi Dlatu. She's currently Lindy Wayne, the series called The River, because I believe that she portrays character very well, and she identifies with a character, and I think she would be able to play my character. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Okay. Colleagues, let's come out again. Also, question number 1 is important, colleagues. There's a hand that side there. And there's another one here. Okay. Yeah.
Colleagues, with all due respect, may I respond sitting down?
Oh, yes, no problem.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let me tackle question number 1.
Yes.
What stood out for me yesterday? I think I've been having a debate on my mind since I saw that question, because almost everything was so important. In each and every presentation, I found value. There isn't one that I said, no, that was a waste of our time. But since I have to come out with one, I think I like what you said about organizational resilience versus weathering the storm. Because I think we need to have that mind shift within organizations, that we always ready. We don't only find ourselves in a situation where we caught with something like the COVID-19 pandemic, and then we have to ask ourselves many questions. We find ourselves without resources. We find ourselves without a proper plan of how we swiftly move forward with our organizational work without having to replan at the moment. I think it is so very important. And I'm a bit worried even with COVID-19. The way we're planning right now, we plan as organizations as if we're gonna stay there forever. And that worries me, because I ask myself often, what will we do post-COVID-19? Are we gonna sit back again and waste time and say we're post-COVID-19? What is it that we must do? I think as organization, the readiness to tackle and move and not waste time, so that if the weather is cold, we are ready for it. If it's hot, we are ready. If it's windy, we are ready. I think as the public sector, we need that, because the private sector can master that very well. That stood out for me yesterday, organizational resilience versus weathering the storm. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much for that input. Yeah, very important, because there is nothing as constant as change, all right? So we must always be ready for changes that are going to be coming, irrespective of the types of changes that will be there, but we need to be resilient. Business continuity plans must be in place, and we must be in a position to still be competitive and not die as organizations because there's a pandemic or an outbreak of some sort that is impacting adversely on the work we are doing. Thank you. I'm told that if you are speaking from that end, maybe it is important that you get closer so that you can be zoomed. Remember, we are live streaming. But you will go back to your seat. Good morning.
Okay. I would also tackle question one.
Okay.
Areas that I wanted to touch on, she already touched on. But what touched me yesterday was the presentation of Dr. Maja, if I may say so, especially the helicopter. Because there it was clear now if we need to plan for our future. At the same time, I would say we go with the flow in the sense that as much as we will need to also go digital and try to catch up with the technology, also there are disadvantages that will come with the technology because now I may be skilled, but I may be jobless in the process because now, if you look at that helicopter, the helicopter was having a pilot and a cameraman. But now there's only one person which is operating the drone. So there's no pilot that will be needed, meaning that we need to plan for our future now before we become a burden as well to government. So that's what I took out from that presentation.
Okay.
I thank you.
No, thank you very much. I mean, having to face the possibility of not skill shortages per se, but having to do with very small organizations that are mean and agile at the same time, but addressing the agenda that they are supposed to be addressing. So it's one of those things that's likely to be real in the future. Yes, you're recognized for speaking.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Xoliswa. For me, it's number 4. Okay. If there's one thing you would like to leave a legacy in your department, what would that be? For me, it would be say, we are servants. We are here to serve the people. For us, if we would understand what it means to be a servant, it doesn't have a position that this person is a senior manager, that this is a cleaner. We are here to serve the people and to live, to talk, to walk, but to Batupili principles. For us in the service, in the public service, I think we can achieve it if we respect the people that we're serving. If whenever I wake up in the morning going to work, I'm saying, for me to have discharged my job is to make the customer happy, then I will know that it is an honor to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Being responsive at all times and learning to anticipate the expectations of the people that we serve as public servants, and living up to those expectations to the best of our abilities. Where we are not able to provide the service that we are meant to be providing, but Batupili principles also have that one particular aspect that's called redress. So how do we redress our own shortcomings? It's another important aspect of the lives of public servants. That we must apologize if we were not able to meet expectations, but in apologizing, we don't stop there. We say this is what transpired. The reasons for it is the following, or are the following, and moving forward, this is what we are going to do to try and redress, correct the wrongs that we have made. Thanks for that. I think I've got some 2 more. Oh, there are comments on Zoom from... Okay. Okay, Tando is talking about professionalization of the public service stood out. No, I doubt very much I will get in, but 4IR has its way of forcing us into these cars. So these are driverless cars, right? hard work, new skills I would like to get, it's data management, and the big leopard is the animal. So this is Thando speaking. And data management is going to be one of those things. The new skills because if we are talking about data, that is the basic instrument that enables planning to happen properly and appropriately. Two more, and then we go to the next presentation. Here's a speaker here. Colleagues, there's a colleague who lost a phone yesterday. We picked up a phone. I can give you a hint of how it looks without mentioning the brand. There's something that needs to happen with the screen. You got that? Well, that is just a hint. But we have a phone, so in case you lost it, it's with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Morning, colleagues. My name is Asanda Mechile from Kokta. What stood out for me yesterday and why is the issue of the attitude in our departments and lack of ethics. So it taught me that as HRD practitioners, we need to be more advanced to assist our public servants to be more professionals, because we see that in our public servants, people are afraid to go there because they know that there is a bad attitude to our public servants. So as HRD practitioners, we need to be more advanced so that we can assist our public servants and change our public sector as more as a private sector. Thank you so much.
Okay. Right. Also benchmarking with the private sector as well. Remember when we started things around topics like good governance, it was something, King codes were things that were originally meant for JSE listed companies and stuff like that, but King saw it important to also design some codes that would be relevant for the public service, so that we are able to achieve some of the imperatives that the private sector has been able to achieve. Okay, colleagues, I think that was the last input that we got based on the onboarding questions and the reflections yesterday. So without much ado, we are getting into a very important presentation entitled Towards a Trainer Professional Development Framework. Dr. Sal Mutayan will take us through that presentation. Within that presentation, there's an expectation that we also apply our minds to it, because it's an evolving work that would require your input as well. But let me introduce Dr. Sal, who will talk us more about that topic. Dr. Mutayan holds a PhD from the University of British Columbia, Canada. The area of study was globalization, democratization, and knowledge production in 3 higher education institutions in South Africa. She has over 20 years of experience in senior positions in local and international development programs. Her skills include policy development, leadership development, curriculum design, transformational learning, developmental evaluation, and executive coaching. Currently, she heads curriculum design and trainer professionalization at the National School of Government, where she constantly explores new methodologies for enabling transformative learning amongst public servants so they can contribute to the socio-economic development of the communities they serve. Dr. Sal has a keen interest in participatory, indigenous, and decolonizing methodologies, citizen-centeredness, and social justice approaches to teaching and learning. Her ongoing purpose in life is to build a more humane society where diversity is celebrated and where our planet is protected. She believes that before we can change others, we need to change ourselves first. As former branch head of international international relations at Balama, she initiated South-South public sector leadership and management cooperation programs between India, Brazil, and South Africa, and developed a capacity development program with the post-conflict countries of Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan. She's a founding member of the Council for the Institution for the Study of International Development, McGill University, and has been a visiting researcher with Wits University. She has also served on the University Council of the former UPE and the Rhodes Board. As a qualified coach, she has introduced coaching methodologies for designing cutting-edge experiential curriculum, pedagogies, and assessment for leadership and management courses. She introduced coaching for government to the NSG and has coached in the corporate, parastatal, and government sectors at the executive and senior management levels. Dr. Mutayan believes in the transformative power of coaching as a learning tool. Favorite quotation, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, which means a person is a person through other people, or people are people through humanity. Trust, respect, and a sense of humanness are central to my curriculum and pedagogical approach. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Sal Mutayan.
This will come out as well. Mulweni. Lots of familiar faces here. I am from East London, so it's nice to be here and see you all and be able to work with you all. This is my first face-to-face event since COVID, so we've been working remotely mainly and also doing training and facilitating seminars like this online. And it has been interesting because my methodology is very participatory, and so we've had to find ways to still do training and to be able to do all the kind of learning and training and education that we do, but to also make it very participatory, even if it's virtual like that. So, colleagues, today I'm going to speak about, we have been busy at the National School to design and develop a framework for professionalizing people like you. There's always been, those of you who've been here forever, like Mr. Sampson, he's been here around for a long, long time. He knows that, we've been looking at these issues. It's come up and then it's faded away. But this time it's not going to fade away. We've taken what we've already done in this area, and now we're consolidating it. So part of my presentation is actually more like a workshop. I actually also want your inputs into what must go into a framework where we are going to professionalize trainers or facilitators of the National School of Government's programs. Next slide, please. So I want you to be very clear, this is a different presentation from the one my colleague Faith did yesterday. She was talking about professionalizing the whole of the public service. I'm talking about professionalizing trainers that train the NSG programs. So this is a different presentation, so I just want you to be focused on that. So now I'm going to shift energy a little bit. So I'm going to ask you to bear with me, and some of you have been through this before, if you've been to some of the training that we've done. I'm going to ask you, please, to put your cell phones aside, just out of respect for this session, and also because you will benefit from this. And also your laptops, you're not going to need it now. I'm going to invite you to really leave your work, your rest of your life, somewhere else outside that door. I want you just to be in yourself, with yourself. It's going to be a chance now for you to just relax and enjoy the next few minutes as we shift energy in this workshop. Can you close that? So I'm going to ask you to sit on your chairs. I'm going to ask you to sit comfortably on your seats and your feet on the ground. Just be nice and comfortable, nice posture. We've all been through a lot this past year. It's been very hard for all of us. Many of us have even lost people, some and friends or friends of friends, which has been very traumatic. But even just this whole way of working and living has been very hard for us in many, many different ways, where we can't even visit family, etc. So now I'm going to get you just to relax so you can enjoy the rest of this conference with us. So I want you to start breathing in very deeply, and you can close your eyes or you can look down at the ground. Forget all your troubles, all your problems, and just start breathing in nice and deeply and be nice and comfortable in your seat. So I want you to breathe in through your nose. I know it's hard with the mask, but try. All the way down your throat, all the way to your tummy. And you feel your stomach expand with all the air. And then you're going to breathe out, starting at your tummy, all the way up your windpipes, through your throat, and out through the nose. So breathe in deeply, all the way down, right down to your tummy, and breathe out deeply. You're pushing all the toxic air, all the toxic thoughts, all your worries out of your body. So breathe in again. And you know, for COVID, it's important to keep our lung capacity strong, so breathing in deeply is good for you. So you're going to breathe out again. Another one, in and out. In and out. I ask you to relax your feet, your toes. Continue to breathe in. Be aware of your breathing. Relax your heels, your ankles, your legs all the way up to your knees. Just feel it all relaxing, and continue to breathe in and out. And as other thoughts come in, put it aside and just focus on your breathing. So breathe in and relax all the way up your thighs, your bum in your seat, nice and comfortably. Carry on breathing, and we're going to relax the spine, starting right at the bottom, vertebra for vertebra, all the way up your spine while you breathe. Middle of your back, just feel it all relaxing, all the way up to your shoulders. You can roll your shoulders a bit and just feel it relax. And relax your fingertips, your hands, your wrists, all the way up your arm, elbow, all the way up to your shoulders. Relax your neck. Carry on breathing. Relax your jaw, your mouth, and your lips. Relax your nose and your eyes. Relax the hair on your head, your scalp, and just continue being in this relaxed state. And just breathe in a shallow way. Now I want you to visualize but I don't want you to do it. I want you to visualize that you're getting up from your seat and you're going down to the beach across the road. And as you go out of this building, you feel that hot sun. The beautiful sun is shining and it's lovely outside. And as you walk towards the ocean, you can see the sun glittering like little sparkles, and it's a calm, the sea is so calm. And you can hear those waves, big waves, hitting against the rocks, gushing up and down. And it just feels so good for you to just relax and observe this. And maybe you sit on the rocks, maybe you take off your shoes and climb onto the rocks and sit down. Maybe you find a spot where there's some sand and you put your toes in the water and you just relax. You feel like a child and you're just so happy and so relaxed. Now I want you to think about, to reflect on 3 things that you are grateful for today. 3 things at this moment, just in 1 word or 2 words, that you are so grateful for today, in your life today. So I'm going to leave you to reflect on that for a bit. Remember to still breathe in and out. And smell the beautiful sea air, so fresh for your lungs. And now, while you are sitting on the rocks or standing there and looking at this beautiful ocean, Eastern Beach here in East London, it's so beautiful. I want you to think about, as you are an experienced HR trainer, your work in this area, I want you to think about just 2 things that you feel can help to professionalize trainers like you. What are 2 things that you would like that you could feel more professional as a trainer? 2 things you feel are critical for professionalizing a trainer. So just think about that now for a minute in your experience, those 2 things. Okay. Now I want you gently to come back from the beach, come back into the conference room. I'm going to count back from 5. And when I get to 1, I'd like you to start to open your eyes or to come fully present in this room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, are you all back? I was worried that when I opened my eyes, you would all have gone down to the beach. That's why I got nervous about that. Okay, so can you tell us, and maybe Solly will write this down for us, what were the 3 things you were most grateful for? Who wants to share what they are most grateful for today? Anyone? Oh, can we have a mic there, please? Just put your hands up, then we know who's calling for the mic.
Grateful to be alive at this time.
Thanks. That's a big one for us. We never used to think that previously, but that is important. There was a hand here just in front. Excuse me, a hand here.
Morning, everyone. I'm also grateful for having my both parents.
Okay, I think very important. Family still with us. Anyone else, please share? This is a participatory session. We had a day of presentations yesterday. We'd like to hear from you now.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm grateful for the food on the table.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. But remember, there was a shortage of food after the first 5 weeks of the lockdown, and we don't think we go into the supermarket and we just buy. We don't think of where it's coming from and all the cogs in the chain to producing that food for us.
Good morning, colleagues. Let me first apologize for being late. It's due to unforeseen circumstances. I'm glad to be alive, and I'm also grateful for everything that I have. Family, kids, a father that is still alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Who else?
I am grateful because I still have my job.
Good. Me too. I'm also grateful that through COVID, I had something to keep me going and keep me active and working, maybe sometimes a bit too hard, easy, but it's okay. Lots of people lost their jobs during this period. Lots of people lost their jobs, had to close down their businesses. It's really a tough time for many people.
I'm grateful to be a public servant and to contribute to the public good. Okay. And secondly, I'm not only grateful to be alive, but I'm grateful for the gift of health. I've had a lot of health challenges, but I still keep going. They don't stop me anyway. I'll forever be grateful for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for that. I'm going to now ask you to share you'll share the 2 things you decided or you believe is essential for professionalizing a trainer. Who would like to go with that? Because this is what we really need from you. Mr. Sampson?
Thank you, ma'am. For me to be a professional trainer, I need to be resourced.
Resourced?
Well resourced, and also live within the Batho-Pele principles.
Okay. So you need trainers to live the Batho-Pele principles, and we also need certain resources. You maybe should have mentioned 1 or 2 of those, Samson.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
To be a disciplined trainer and committed one to your work.
Discipline and commitment are important qualities for a trainer. Do you all agree with that? That's a very important thing. Because if you're not disciplined and you don't feel committed as you're facilitating, the learners will not feel committed or disciplined either. So it's very important. They mirror you as a facilitator. Okay, who else?
As trainers, we need to possess agility.
Agility. Okay. Thank you. Please, we'd like all of you to speak up now because your words are going to be important. It's going to go into our framework, and that's why I'm here. We're busy putting this framework, and it must reflect what the trainers here in the Eastern Cape believe are important, very important for professionalizing trainers.
As trainers, I think we should be punctual and organized.
Punctual and organized, more qualities.
Morning, colleagues. I think a positive mindset. You need to be positive yourself as a trainer. I believe in the law of attraction. how you carry yourself, how positive you are. That's what you're going to receive from your trainees.
Okay, that's excellent. You need to be positive because, again, you need your learners to be positive. And especially in these times of the unknown, it's very important to continue to keep a positive attitude around.
Good day, everyone. For me, if trainers can be capacitated continuously so that they are able to advance the knowledge and make our public service improve. Thank you.
So it's continuous learning for trainers so they update their skills.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Lisa. For me, I think we have been even saying this, giving this feedback to NSG in terms of getting certification, whether it is a certificate or a qualification that will be meant for us as trainers. Also, a code of conduct will be suffice for us. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So certification of a qualified trainer is important. It will help also with your self-esteem, but also to professionalize the whole sector.
Morning, everyone. For me, I take that we need to transform and ensure that there is fitness, career aspirations, and we take everything into reality.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
You've got that, Solly? Just repeat that.
Okay. Transform and ensure that we have the fitness career aspirations.
Aspirations. Samson, and then there was a hand right at the back as well. The gentleman right at the back.
Doc, my point is, as long as the trainer is part of the mainstream of the administration, we will always have some challenges where there will be a mixture of duties put upon the trainer. But I think the trainer should be in an autonomous space.
Okay.
Like, for instance, an academy, and then be working from that premises.
Okay.
Because when they are inside the department, they form part of the department's administration.
Yeah. So it's like a dedicated, it must be a dedicated profession within the public service. So you have.
Thank you. I think for the trainers also to be provided or to have the ability to perform what is required of them. The second one will be motivation.
Motivation.
Yes, and then also possess a positive attitude.
Sorry, what was the last?
Possess a positive attitude.
Yeah, that was one that they said. Thank you. We must also go over to that side, eh?
Good morning, colleagues. I just want to say I'm grateful to be the change agents as well, HRD, and also the trainers here in Eastern Cape. Thank you.
So, yeah, so just picking on what you said, you're grateful for that position to be a change agent. It is important that even when we were talking about professionalizing the public service yesterday, who is going to professionalize the public service? Even though that looks like the bigger picture and the bigger job, it starts with this. We've got to start to professionalize you so you can professionalize the public servants through the training that you deliver, through the interventions that you deliver. Okay, so who was next?
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Lebohang. I think mine is to see a standardized and a clear functions or role and responsibility of HRD in that framework. Because when you look at it, when you are in another department, you get a different version. You go to another one, it's another version. Okay. And you'll find out now the HRD is beginning to have all these functions that are not HRD related. So I hope that this framework will provide that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Remember, this is not a framework for HRD, it's a framework for professionalizing trainers so that they can train the courses of the NSG or of the province or wherever. So it's about professionalizing trainers themselves, okay? Thanks. Thanks for that input. There's a gentleman right at the back there. He's had his hand up a long time ago. We're not giving him a voice.
I know, when you talk too much, you tend to be sabotage at times. Good morning, colleagues. Despite what other colleagues said, I would like to register the following. Number one is for all the trainers to belong in the professional council and have an affiliation fee for every year. For the trainers to have a career progression. Operate under norms that actually guiding their operations within their space. Without amending the Public Service Regulation and Public Service Act, that will not be realized. So I would like to also suggest that those two policies or act should be reviewed so that the trainers can actually appear. And lastly, the trainers to belong to an OSD of some sort, even though the OSD will be reviewed, but to have something that will be specified for trainers so that whoever is appointed as a trainer can be remunerated as such. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. No, my name were two things, the certification and the accreditation. Accreditation in the sense that I think maybe the programs, we need to have universal programs. And also with the trainers, we also need to have one universal pool of trainers so that even if they are coming from all the different angles of the country, but then we are offering the very same unique programs, irrespective of where we are coming from. And also we need some element of curiosity from at a personal level, at a trainer's level. Curiosity in the sense that we need people who will be curious about what is happening around the world on a daily basis before we can even request to be updated or trained or provided information by our principals. Thank you.
Thank you. Curiosity is important. So we're going to move on to the next questions now, but I'll allow you. Is there anyone else? Let me just see any other hands, then we're going to move on.
Okay. I just want to align myself with let us speak. Empowerment starts with yourself. If you are not willing to you are not going to know anything. So that for us to be able to adapt easily in the new digital world. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's the last one. We'll carry on with the presentation now.
Thank you. Mine was to add to say, we will never be professional if we divorce ethical conduct, that we conduct ourselves in a very ethical way, and linked to that, as people, we need to have emotional intelligence as well.
Yes.
And trying to come closer to what has been said by the last speaker. I think program director, it is about time that as trainers now we need to sit down and look into our curriculum, because our curriculum is obsolete, if I may use that word, because when you stand in front of the class, there's a lot of corrections that you have to say verbally because the training material at your disposal is obsolete. That is one other factor that it will really affect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, we'll carry on now with the presentation. Can I have the next slide, which is slide, here we, it's that discussion. Yeah, let's go to slide 3. Okay, so can we get some, let's just do this in a plenary because I don't, group work is a bit, especially if you're sitting here. So let's look at the first question quickly. You've mentioned some of this already, actually. You've mentioned the kind of qualities that you want for the kind of trainers that you need. And you talk about people having positive attitudes and so forth. So maybe we should leave that one. Let's go on to capacity building needs. As trainers sitting here, what are some of the things you think you want to learn, you want to know more about to become a better facilitator? Okay, so let's get some different voices now as well as we go through these.
Thank you, Program Director. I think I'm not sure if this is going to be a long-term plan, because since we started with this training back in 2008, I think we are lagging behind when it comes to the sign language. So when we deal with people of special needs, I think we are lacking in that one. So maybe you need to plan for that in the near future. Thank you.
Yeah. And for other forms of disability as well. Can we just move to the next slide, please? I just want to see the questions there. We've done this, values. Anyone wants to answer any of those questions there? And just say which one, skills or values, experience, what kind of experience should a facilitator have? Mike here in the front.
Good morning, everyone. This one is obvious. Facilitation skills and listening skills.
Listening.
Yes.
Listening is excellent.
Yes, and facilitation skills.
We often, the conventional way of training is we want to tell. We don't take the chance to listen to what the learners have to say and what the participants have to say and what they already know. We're often telling, we're often preaching, we're lecturing rather than listening and facilitating a process. So that's a good one.
I think advanced research skills and technology skills will apply better.
Okay, so that's very important, especially now. Even to facilitate virtually, you need to have those skills as well. You need good facilitation skills, but you also need how to do it virtually and how to also manage online. If you have an online course and there are activities, someone needs to perhaps read it and give feedback. You need to know the skills on how to do that and how to operate the technology there. Anyone else on this slide? Nope. There's a hand here. And then we can move to the next slide while we're getting this one, input.
Good morning, colleagues. Coming to skills and qualities. For me, I think good communication skills, they are important because you have to communicate. And also presentation skills as well, because remember, you are standing in front of the class, so you need both these skills, communication and presentation skills.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's very good. Thanks for that. We often assume that you can just stand up in front of a group and present or facilitate. And there's a special way to do that, even to put slides together. You know, we don't want what I termed in this program that we've designed, death by slides. You know, where you take all the text and people fall asleep because they can read it themselves. You need slides that are exciting and vibrant and tell a story through a picture. Okay, let's see here. Your capacity building needs anything about assessment? How do we assess these facilitators? Once we have them and they're part of a system, how do we assess them? And then how do we monitor if they're doing the right thing and evaluate that they are, facilitating in a certain way according to certain norms? Someone talked about setting up norms. Now, once these norms are set up, how do we, determine whether people are adhering to certain norms and doing a kind of quality presentation? Anyone on this? Are you all thirsty for tea?
Because if you don't monitor a performance individual constant, to assess gaps, or you won't be able
for that. And like if someone's training up sicky, how do we know, the quality of what they're doing there, whether they're even there? That's something too. And then once we've trained them, we evaluate them, do we need to continue to evaluate them again after a few years or after a few months? Do you think that also needs to be continuous? The evaluation of someone? So say we trained someone, they qualified, we certified them, they're in the system and they're doing their training. Is there a need to evaluate them? Maybe we do it once. Do we have to do it again and again?
Yes.
And how often? Because this is something we've got to determine in the system.
Yes, ma'am. I will tackle the A from the bottom, the second one from the bottom. How should we reevaluate their performance? Ma'am, there's something that as public service we don't normally do, the post-course evaluation. That is supposed to be done after 3 or 6 months after someone goes for training. If that can be done to the trainers, maybe every 6 months or every year, we will reevaluate their performance. Not only from the attendees, even from the organizations that send delegates to attend such a training, whether there is any improvement after the course that they attended. And lastly, the last part, should we distinguish between the training facilitators for lower and higher? Yes, because the level of understanding for some trainers will differ based on the experience and the level of qualifications. So there should be trainers for certain levels and trainers for levels in the public service.
Okay.
So that career progression that I talked about can be implemented.
Can I just ask, so does it mean we need a more skilled facilitator if you're training DGs compared to if you're training levels 1 to 4?
Definitely, ma'am. Because if you are training for senior management, you must be knowledgeable of the subject matter and must be able to transfer knowledge that to those senior managers. And so that when they test you back, you don't feel shy because you are sure about the subject matter and you've been there. But you can't just bring someone that is at level 5 to go and train someone that has been in the public service for more than 25 years. That person will go out in the room not wanting to go back the next day. So we must ensure that when we train senior people, that person has been there.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thanks. Anyone else on that topic?
Dr. Sal, we are asked to request the speakers, especially from that side, not perhaps to come closer to the mics again, but to just stand up.
Stand up when you, so we can capture it. Thank you. Microphone here in the middle.
I've already apologized for sitting down.
No, that's fine.
Okay, if we are talking about career progression, there is no way that we can do that without bringing academic qualifications to align with that. Okay. Because you can certainly not be a top-level trainer, which assumably is a level 5, okay, with a national diploma. Okay. We've got to be realistic about that. You progress because qualifications as well to the next level allows you to progress. And also the issue of occupational specific positions is very important. You can never stand and tackle a financial management content whilst you don't possess any qualification in the financial academia space. I think if we're talking professionalization, we're talking trainers being trainers and not deputy directors being trainers. Let's not shy away to say qualifications must be aligned to the level as well as the experience and the expertise.
Yeah, because one thing we must remember is you might get someone with a PhD and they are hopeless facilitators or lecturers, right? You all know that. So one has to, it's a fine line. We need to look at a whole lot of other factors. You might also get someone who's an expert in finance, but when they come and facilitate a supply management course here, you are all lost. They know their stuff, but they don't know how to get it across. They don't know how to facilitate it. So you need the subject or the content knowledge, but you also need to be very good facilitators. So you can grab people's attention and you can keep them motivated and that it's a participatory process. There was a hand up there, yes.
Morning once again, ma'am. I think Doka will also just some 2 questions that I think they are the same. The first one, how will we assess the learner or the facilitators? I think by allowing the facilitator to facilitate in a semester situation, then that facilitator send a clip of himself or herself while he was training. That will give the board or to be able to say, now we have assessed this person meets our requirements, and we have also monitored, because it also falls within the monitoring of that person and evaluating his performance during the class, and how does that person conduct or accept or handle the questions during the session. So you'll also be able to capture that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Lastly, the issue of providing a standard template that one will have to complete after each training and submit to the board. Then it means now the person is being continuously assessed. I think the other thing that also can be added there, because I might assess myself in a advantageous way. But if we also say you conducted the session, will you also send the evaluations of the learners that you were facilitating for?
Okay.
That will also add to say now we are having a concrete evidence that this person can facilitate. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Solly, please capture that standardized template for self and maybe learner assessments. Anyone else? Shall we change the next, go to the next slide, please, Rebecca? Okay, what do we do? Okay, this is, so say you've come, say you all have always been trainers, okay? And then we go through this program and you actually don't make it on some kind of test or whatever we do. What do we do then? And we give you a chance and we say, okay, here's your development. And then you go out and facilitate. And after several chances, the person still doesn't make it. What do we do? Or we still get reports that the facilitation was bad. You know, we get those reports a lot at the NSG that some courses where the learners are not happy with the facilitation, etc. What do we do in that instance after we have tried to capacitate the person more than once?
Thank you, Doc, once again. Doc, you might have learners that will not be quick fix or able to do it immediately. If we take some other connotation from this thing of training and dev, there's one thing that talks about the learner support. Immediately there's a learner support, it means there's a continuity. So for me, I would be saying that we are not throwing them to the dustbin. We are being given an allowance to get a capacity through mentoring. There be a person that will be mentoring that particular person, and also they're also skilling and reskilling. You see, up until the person is getting to a point. I don't think that there will be somebody who will never, ever able to do. But it's just the issue of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that's like continuous development and developmental assessment as well. Okay, we can go on to the next slide. So thank you very much. I'm taking all of this information with me. My microphone is okay. I was going to say it died. Didn't die. So I'm going to take all this information that Solly's writing up. So I want to thank you for all your contributions and for being so open about it. And if you think of anything else, you know Dr. Shezi, just send him an email if you feel that way, and just give some additional inputs. Okay, so now I'm just going to tell you about the actual framework itself and all the aspects and components of the framework. I didn't realize it's this difficult without my laptop here, so I'm actually going to come down so I can see the slides better. Okay, so what we're doing with our framework, it's quite a comprehensive framework. We're looking at it right from the point of developing the criteria that we're going to use to select a trainer. So, and this is one of the questions I ask you, what do we need from a good facilitator? What does a good facilitator need? And on that basis, then, there will be invitations for people to apply, to be part of the system. And then we will select people. And then we will give them an orientation. And then we will look at, so the orientation will be some kind of training. And then we will look at how do we endorse them. So there's a level of endorsement certification. And then we will monitor and manage them as they go about facilitating in the field. So it's going to be quite a lot of work to manage the system. And then as they facilitate, as you said, after 6 months, we will go and monitor what's happening and what additional support they need, which is the point you were making. What additional support they need, what is working, what is not working for them, and how can we continue to upskill them. So that is it. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So this, and I'm sure some of you know that, this approach to looking at how do we professionalize trainers in the public service or for the NSG's programs, we've had many instances. I mean, Solly, you know from when you were at SAMD, but I didn't go that far back. Don't want to show people how old I am. So anyway, 2017, we were busy doing the Rutenang Ma Africa program, and that was also to look at a whole system for the development of trainers. And then in 2020, the minister put out calls for expressions of interest from people that are interested in training for the NSG. And these were staff within government departments who would be able to give up 8 days per annum to train on the NSG's courses. This is part of their existing work. It's not an extra remuneration because they will be using the work days that they are released from their department to come and train on some course, etc. And the idea was that there are some people that are passionate about training, they have good training skills, and they want to take advantage of these 8 days. And so part of that is when we take them through a process of inskilling them, you will become a certified facilitator as well through that process. So we're looking at the whole orientation session on how this whole process will work when we're busy designing that now. And hopefully by the end of this year, which is by March, we're going to have a trainer performance management and development system in place at the NSG. We're busy working on the framework itself. And so it's quite a path that we've been taking on this. Next slide, please. So I think you're all familiar with this, the 8 days release from departments. It's been talked about a lot over the last year or so, but we were already talking about it before it was official. And as I said, there's no additional remuneration, but that there's arrangements with the NSG and your department to release you to do this training for 8 days of the year. Okay, next. Okay, so part of this whole initiative to look at professionalizing trainers comes from the fact that we've been designing and upgrading our courses and our curriculum, very concerned about the methodologies, how it looks, making it more participatory. But what one has found and what research shows is that no matter how good your materials are, if it's in the hands of a poor facilitator, and I think you all know that, if it's in the hands of a poor facilitator, it really won't come alive in the classroom. The curriculum intent will not be transferred to the learner. And so you will not achieve what you were trying to achieve from that learning process. So the implication then was that we need to have good curriculum and we need to have good facilitators to train the programs of the NSG. And that is why we're setting up this system now, this performance management system. Next. So that is the purpose of the whole system. We want a standardized system that's going to allow us to do all of those things there: recruit, monitor, evaluate. It must be transparent and accountable as well. And it's a whole cycle of events. So we're making it transparent and accountable, and part of that is to consult you on it. And once we have a draft, we will send it, a draft framework, we will also send that to you for any comments. Will we do that, Dr. Shezi? We'll share this with them, right? Then the results from this consultative process that I'm having with you now is going to feed into this framework process. Next. So that's the whole flow. We're designing the operating procedure now for how this will work. There's going to be a trainer development program as well. How do we certify? Do we certify do we have several points of certification or 1 point? Do we have a qualification? Those are things we are talking about. And then the whole monitoring and evaluation must be part of the system, and then also implementing this whole system. And we're hoping that it will also be a digital system so we can manage all these trainers online through a digital system. Next slide. Okay, so there's the breakdown of what recruitment means, applications, what does selection mean? It means interviewing, shortlisting, and then contracting people as well. Then orientating them through this program to build their facilitation skills, and that's the Facilitator Development Program. The Art of Facilitation, Facilitator Development Program. Some of you had the earlier version, you attended. I know Nwabisa, she's not here today, she had attended that program when we ran the face-to-face, but now we are digitizing. So at the moment, we have just concluded the first module, and the first module is the art of facilitating virtual classrooms. And we are probably going to be running that, Dr. Shezi, beginning of December. It's up and ready, but we've been busy now with these consultations. So, people who want to attend that can indicate their interest to us as well. We're doing some of the priority trainers now, and then we'll have more and more cohorts that can go through that. It's a virtual program, and it's about how you can improve your virtual skills. It's only module 1. There's a whole program for this. And then how do we endorse you? So if you finish module 1, do you get some kind of certificate? And then you've got to do all the other modules as well. When that is finished, the whole program will only be ready in March. It's our product for this year. And then, of course, all the monitoring and evaluation processes. Okay, next. So who do we, will we include in this? What are the categories of people that we are looking at to professionalize? So first, it'll be like public servants who are released from government for the 8 days that can conduct NSG's programs. But we need to also look, like Mr. Sampson said, how do you get people that are dedicated trainers, for a province or for an area? One needs to think about that now that we've taken that point up there. Then you have instructors from the HEIs. The NSG has forged a number of partnerships with HEIs. And so, lecturers from universities, they lecture, they don't facilitate. So the developmental nature of our programs will get lost. So we need to also, develop them to facilitate in the way that we feel is consistent with our philosophy. And then the employees of the NSG as well, those responsible for facilitation will also go through this program. Okay, thank you. Next slide. Yeah, so we're going to be able to have on the system a whole database of trainer professionalization, and that's going to be quite something to put together. So we're busy designing what that will look like. Next. So our curriculum philosophy, which must come across in the facilitation. The facilitator is going to facilitate according to this philosophy. And some of you have heard about it already. It's about know, be, do, and apply. The reason is, and someone spoke about emotional intelligence earlier, knowledge on its own does not translate into learning, into a transformational learning experience. It has got to be an integration of cognitive knowledge and cognitive intelligence and emotional intelligence for transformational learning to take place. You've got to feel something, you think and you feel. It doesn't happen in isolation. And so your feelings and your thinking must align, and that's how transformation happens. And that's why we call it the integration of the head and the heart. The hands is the kind of experiential learning that happens in the training venue. I'm trying to say in the virtual or the face-to-face experience. But the most important thing for us in the way we design curriculum and the way we want to facilitate is that there is application in the workplace. There's no point in training people and they don't know how to apply supply chain management principles in the workplace, right? And you know how many people have gone through financial management? And then you talk to them and they still don't know how to read a budget or do a budget, right? So we want to make sure that the kind of learning that happens on these programs, whether it's financial management or knowing your constitution, that they can take these principles and live it out in the workplace, live it out at home. It must pervade everything that they do. There must be impact from what they learn. Next slide. So the shift in this whole art of facilitation program is conventionally we train and we give people a whole lot of information. That's why you see those slides full of words. We take the whole legislation and we put it into the slide, and that's not learning. That's just information giving. So what we want to do now is this approach that I've just told you about, that you must get your knowledge, but you must also look at what impact does it have, how do you come across as a person, what's going on with your feelings, what are you doing with this knowledge, and how are you going to apply the knowledge. We've also moved from the new management theory, which is very much, most government legislation and policy is embedded in new management theory, especially in the early 2000s. And what we've done is shifted to a social justice approach. And sometimes one has to really examine the policies with a decolonizing lens to understand what that means and how change is possible. And it's for the facilitator to be able to translate these policies into what's developmental and what's social justice for the participants to understand, so they can implement it in their work, in their departments, their work with the people. And then it's also a shift. We used to focus very much on content. What is the course saying? We always went to content. This is about process. How is the learning coming across? How is it impacting on the learners? How are the learners engaging? How are they making sense of what they are learning? And then I told you earlier, death by slides. It's those slides that government is so, you see all over government where you see like 42 slides and it's all just writing, all text. And mind doesn't internalize those things. So we're also using indigenous methods in the way we are designing our programs. Next slide, please. So some of the things we've been doing is to use like quotations from African leaders, from the African continent, using images, using proverbs, metaphors. People all have things from their home environment that they were told when they were sitting on their granny or grandfather's knee. They've got stories to tell. Storytelling is a big part of our curriculum and the way we train. And the cases are your cases. It's not cases from Harvard University or some other place. It's actual cases that you bring with your stories and your experiences. And those are important stories to tell. Next slide. Okay, so this facilitated development program is looking at decolonizing the curriculum. It's very participatory, people-centered, and the main thing is that we want to bring about a professional public service, but one that's based on the values of the Constitution and care of our fellow human beings is critical. And it's important for facilitators to know what's going on. They must know the Constitution, and they must be able to relate to the learner's actual context, what's going on in their environment, their context, and speak to that in their facilitation. Okay, next, thank you. So the 3 principles of the art of facilitation is, it's very important for the facilitator to be authentic. If you go up there and pretend to be something you are not, your participants will pick up on it immediately. And they won't be in the flow with you. They won't move with you in that classroom. So authenticity is very important. Facilitate, don't tell, don't present, don't preach. When you're teaching, you're facilitating. It's a difference. Teaching is telling people what to do, and it's assuming that you are the expert. When you facilitate, you all are co-experts and co-learners and co-students and co-teachers. So that's the methodology that we adopt. And someone mentioned that important point earlier, listen with respect. Listening is the most important skill for facilitators to know. Next slide. So these are some of the qualities that we are looking at for facilitators. Someone already mentioned commitment earlier on, and you can see it's up there. They must also, the attitude and behavior is very important. But a facilitator is also a leader. You're leading a certain process. Leaders are not just DGs or DDGs or ministers. Leaders are anyone that's leading any kind of process. And it's important for facilitators to recognize that. As we said, you have to mirror. You are a mirror to the learners. So remember that. Yeah, so I talked already about the preaching, etc. And there's the definition of facilitation. Facilitation also helps with problem solving, and that's important, and people learn on their own. There's self-reflection, self-learning, and peer learning that can happen. Thank you. Next slide. So these are the advanced facilitation skills that come across in this program to professionalize the trainers. Listening, creating safe spaces. What's very important is how do you deal with conflict? There might be a topic that you raise around racism, and how do you talk about that? How do you deal with that? Or there might be conflict of opinions in the room. How do you deal with those? How do you empower the people instead of seeing yourself as an egotist expert? That would not be empowering to everyone. How do you know your African context and draw on it, rather than thinking a Western approach is higher than the rest, okay? Being present is important because like some of our people sitting at the back there, they're not present right now, I can see. So it's very important to be present because the learners pick up on that as well. And flexibility is very important for a facilitator. You know that. You must, if something changes, if there's no lights, if there's ISCOM, if there's anything, you have to find a way and be innovative. You have to listen to what the participants want and be flexible to their needs as well. And someone talked about communication being important, but the other important thing is giving feedback. The public service is known for not giving feedback. You write reports to your superiors. Do you get feedback? And then how do you know if those reports are well received, if there's a space for improvement? You don't get that. It's a real problem in the public service, and that's why when we talk about communication, for me, feedback is more important. Okay, next slide. So this is like focusing on not just on what. Yes, you must focus on what to facilitate. Content is important, but it's also about how you do that. It's the process of facilitation. So these are some of the points. I won't read it through you. I didn't realize, Izzy, how hard it is to talk through a mask. It's like you're swimming. So, yeah, so you see, diversity and disability is also very important. Someone talked about the sign language, etc. But on this program, we also deal with the issues of diversity. In fact, We've just completed a course now that's fully online at the NSG. It's an anti-discrimination program. So it covers all forms of discrimination and how to deal with that. Okay, so I think we can move on. Yeah, so some of you attended this Art of Facilitation program. We've been running it since 2016, and we've had really, really good feedback. And in 2019, we worked with the retired nurses and community development workers through COGTA in Ginsberg. And it was very successful. We adapted this art of facilitation in a way of art of facilitating development. So we looked at how they could engage with communities in a more participatory way. So there we taught them about fundraising and finding resources and designing projects, etc. And then we also did one for the traditional leaders, also here in the Eastern Cape. We worked with them also in 2019, 2020, early 2020, just before COVID, thank goodness. And yeah, so Samson and Heinz office, they know about these programs. So next slide. Yeah, so this year, all the programs we have developed or are designing this year are digital. They're either fully online or they are a blend of online and virtual or virtual. So there aren't any face-to-face courses that we have designed or are in the process of designing this year. And last year we had to make that move, of course, given that our face-to-face courses were standing. So there's, the interesting thing that I've learned through this process as I head curriculum design at the NSG as well as trainer professionalization now. What we've learned is that it is possible to have participatory processes virtually as well, and that's good news because it worried me, how do you do this kind of engagement? But you can, if you have the right tools and you understand how to do all the fidgeting on the computer, you can really have engagements. There are all kinds of tools online where you can use Mentimeter, where people can, in groups, they can break out groups, they can post their ideas, their thoughts, like you were saying now. So that's all very important, and that's what we're doing now. Okay, next slide. Yeah, so this program that we are going to have, you will probably do online enrollment. There'll be assignments to do that are self-paced, and then the orientation to virtual training, which is what I was saying, and then assessment and so forth will also be online. So, I mean, that's just the draft now. We haven't finalized this, but that's our thinking. Next. So the road ahead, we're busy still with, as you can see, we've been designing a draft framework. We've been sending it out now for consultation within the NSG. We're also carrying on with the consultation like we are with you. And we've also now designed the virtual module that we want to pilot. Next. Okay, no, that's a repeat of the old slides. I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sal, for that very important presentation on what is currently happening to professionalize facilitators at the NSG. Thanks for that. Colleagues, this is a process that's ongoing, as I said, and we will be touching base with yourselves as soon as the drafts become available after several approval processes in that continuum. At this stage, I'm going to beg for your indulgence that we continue with the next presentation, and there's a slight amendment to the program. So instead of taking a tea break, colleagues, we continue with a presentation by Ms. Tanya Cohen, who has already logged in, as I speak. And the slots about the provincial report on HRD will come after the lunch break. And, you know, we are trying to manage time, and also the fact that Tanya Cohen's presentation is a virtual presentation. So she's already on standby. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do, because tea was prepared, is that if you're hard pressed for a cup of coffee, you do exactly that. Sneak out and then come back with your refreshments. But we continue. So we were having some kind of a working session with that tea, if you don't mind that. It's not your fault, Sal. We failed to accommodate ample time for your presentation. Yeah, no, it's not. It's definitely not your fault. So, colleagues, thank you very much for understanding. And let me introduce to you Ms. Tanya Cohen. Tanya is the coordinator of Public-Private Growth Initiative, PPGI, a sector-based collaborative platform that intermediates with government in removing inhibitors for economic growth, mobilizing employment and investment. The PPGI's focuses on building public-private trust, collaboration and linkages. Tanya is the former CEO of BUSA, Business Unity South Africa, where she left an indelible mark through adopting an institutional and collaborative approach with other social partners. Tanya specialized in labor market policy and has served as chair of the CCMA governing body and as a commissioner at the Commission for Employment Equity. Her career highlights include negotiating the National Minimum Wage Agreement, Labor Relations Stability Accord, and Job Summit Framework. Finally, as well as leading employers globally on the International Labour Organization's general discussion titled Demographic Change in the World of Work. Finally, Tanya is an attorney by profession and holds a BA, LLB, LLM degrees from the University of Witwatersrand. Ms. Tanya Cohen will take us through the topic entitled Working from Home, a look through the lens of the International Labour Organization, Decent Work Framework, Public-Private Growth Initiatives. That's where Tanya is currently based. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome Tanya Cohen to give us that presentation. Tanya, over to you.
Thank you very, very much, Program Director. And I hope that people have managed to get some refreshments during the course of the introduction and appreciate those opening words. I'm going to share the presentation, and I just wanted to check if that is online. Is it in full screen? If I can get a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. And please, if you are able to quickly grab your tea or coffee, I am very happy that you do so. I've got the benefits of not having to wait all morning, which I think you don't. So, as indicated, I'm going to speak to you about working from home, what COVID has actually brought about. And I think really there's a whole lot of factors that are playing alongside COVID. One is the impacts of the adjustments that we've had to make because of lockdown. The other is really the state of the economy that was pre-COVID, and what were we going to do as a country anyway in terms of trying to mobilize growth and employment, and what was it starting to push us towards in terms of the future of work. The other question, which I think we now ask, is what about the unrest in July? What is that telling us? And really, what are the future of work opportunities that are coming and that have been thrust upon us because of COVID? And there's that wonderful quote there that was written in 1909, so it's over 110 years ago, by a famous author, E.M. Foster, who wrote a book about science fiction at that time in terms of the machine stops in a future world. And he said people sit alone in their rooms communicating with their friends and family and lecturing via their screens to thousands of people around the world. Food, drink, and other goods are delivered directly to people's rooms. And it's quite amazing that within the space of a short 18 months, that's actually the world that a lot of people are working from. So I'm essentially going to take you through that journey through the lens of the ILO Decent Work Agenda framework. The ILO Decent Work Agenda is really a set of principles that govern all the ILO standards. And what it does is that it captures the essence of what is decent work under 4 pillars. The one is around rights at work, the other is around employment creation in terms of jobs and enterprises. Social security is the 3rd pillar, and then the last is social dialogue. So I'm going to use that framework to take you through some of the changes and shifts that have happened as a result of COVID, also some of the opportunities, and how do we really seize those opportunities in the current types of work that we're doing. And I know that there are lots of human resource practitioners in the room, so I'm going to do so really with much more of a human resource focus in terms of how do we look at this and make sure that from the work that we do, we try and actually promote those elements of decent work, not only for yourselves, but for those that are working in government. And I think important to locate the ILO, it is one of the UN agencies, but interestingly, the ILO is the only UN agency that's tripartite in nature. It has government, it has labor, and it has business that sit together on the governing body, and they are working together in terms of setting labor standards, making recommendations internationally. And indeed, South Africa in our constitution and in our legal system and in our Labor Relations Act and other legislation adopts a lot of those international standards and incorporates it into our law. So it's very much a guidance mechanism for us in our democracy. It is linked into the SDG goals. So in particular, Sustainable Development Goal 8 around decent work and economic growth. It speaks particularly to that objective, but it touches on a whole lot of others because there's everything from climate change to poverty reduction to food security that it touches on. And I think, you know, the underlying theme which the ILO really works against is that principle of that economic growth on its own is not sufficient. And that what one has to do is empower individuals through decent work, support people through social protection, and ensure that the poor and the marginalized are heard. And that was a quote from the UN Secretary General not so long ago. So that's essentially a bit of a context in terms of how I'm going to talk you through some of the emerging issues that COVID has brought to us. I think there's a few other introductory comments that need to be made. The one is around the mission-driven state, and there I'm drawing from the terminology used by Professor Mariana Mazzucato, who sits on the President's Economic Advisory Council, and she speaks very strongly about how the state should really have a select few missions, not too many, but some that you focus on and you focus on really hard. And I think that we've already started seeing that there's some areas that are in particular focus in terms of how government is moving in this administration. And a lot of it is around the capable, ethical, and developmental estate. And that really requires service delivery. It requires a transformative state and an inclusive, driving really an inclusive economy with work opportunities. So that comes very well together with the idea of productive and decent work, because productive work, whether it's in government or outside of government, in the private sector or in the social sector, it has to be focused, it has to be engaged, it has to be strategic, and it has to be skilled, and it has to be capacitated. And I think the big shift that we're starting to see is that before, one used to see that decent work was sometimes sitting on the opposite of productive work. So sometimes people used to see those as two competing forces against each other. And what we're seeing more and more is that they're mutually reinforcing, is that if you don't have decent work, you're not going to have productive work. And similarly, your productive work requires decent work to make it happen. So they really are interlinked and have to both be in place. So this is a quick image in terms of what is the type of state that we don't want. And I thought it's important to just reflect on it at this stage, because what we're trying to do through the way in which government works and how it embraces this new era of opportunity around COVID is avoid exactly these things that you see here before you. And I think this is just a collage of pictures that show poor service delivery, corruption, inefficiency, poverty, inequality, brutality. And that's really the world that we want to move away from. So I think, if you will allow me, is the next probably 20 minutes or so, I'm going to take you through what's in the Decent Work Framework, particularly in relation to what it means for working from home, and how do you regularize that from your perspectives as government officials. So starting with rights at work. And rights at work really deals with the legal rights that an employee has. And there's some big changes in that regard. So I think, first of all, hours of work. Most people will identify with the fact that those hours of work, if you're working from home, have just expanded. It's expanded later, it's expanded earlier, and it's expanded into weekends. Just last week, we were preparing in Gauteng for an investment conference, and I spoke to one of the colleagues in the provincial office. It was 8:30 at night. And he said to me, he's going on to a meeting at 9 o'clock at night. And he said, that's normal. So I think that has happened to a large extent. Weekend work has to a large extent been regularized. And it's not necessarily a healthy habit to get into on a continuous basis. But I think we've got to recognize that with virtual ways of working is that you are able to actually blur those boundaries between the workplace and home life. And that brings with it some challenges as well. So one of the things that has to be done if those hours of work are extending is you've got to go back to the contract of employment and check, because most contracts of employment say your work hours are from 8 until 5, 5 days a week, and they will actually specify a place of work as well. And some of those things are no longer relevant. So if there have been changes in that regard, whether it's temporary or permanent, you should be updating your contracts of employment to accommodate that. But remember too that there are legal rights around hours of work, and those are for very good reason. And it speaks to the productivity of work. Because if a person works continuously extended hours across the different days and across the week without rest periods, it leads to a loss of productivity and efficiency. The basic conditions of employment legislation requires a rest period of 36 hours a week. So that means one should be trying to actually have at least one of the weekend days as rest. And one should realize that even though sometimes work peaks and there are spikes and there's stressful periods, is that one doesn't want to work continuously for extended hours every day, because that's not productive. And one certainly doesn't want to get into habits that way. In terms of the workplace, the other thing that generally comes with the workplace is tools of trade. So your computers, your data, your office space, and things like that. And often what comes with that is scheduling and time management. When people are working from home, obviously those have to be provided in a different way. So what we've seen in the private sector is that some workplaces provided that very, very quickly for their employees. Others took much longer, and that speed of adaptation and adjustment actually determined how productive the workplace was. What we've also seen is that some businesses, for example, particularly those in the services sector, like the consultancies and the call center industries and things like that, have started to provide their employees, and it's not just management, it's all employees, with tools of trade at home, in terms of things like computers, desktops, and even internet access. And there's a huge variety of different solutions that have been put around internet access. So some businesses have given vouchers to their staff in order for them to arrange it for themselves. Others have gone out and installed it at people's homes. Others have regulations that say that new policies that say that internet connectivity is only for the staff member, or the use of the computer is only for the staff member because of the confidentiality requirements. Some have had to put in very sort of serious policies around protection of personal information in terms of the new legislation. So there's a range of policies that have come into place very quickly. And I think it really depends on the type of workplace information that one's dealing with and the type of work that one needs to do online in terms of what are those solutions. One of the most advanced solutions I saw was where a business gave all their staff members a voucher essentially for digital access. And that included, depending on what was needed, it was internet access, it was devices, it could have been used even for cellular phone purposes, or it could be used in some instances for backup generation in the event of load shedding. And that's like at the one extreme. Other businesses couldn't afford it. And that brought in place other dynamics, so they had to be much more selective and careful with how they've managed that workplace and the normal tools of trade that one gets. And then performance has shifted quite significantly, and performance management and how one manages employees during COVID, because instead of actually checking whether people are present and whether they're in the room and whether they've arrived at work, and instead of us saying, where's so-and-so today? Have they not shown up for work? The question has to move to what is the output of that job and what is one really expecting the person to do? And I think the sooner we all do this much more actively, the better we're going to be in terms of productivity, but also in terms of clarity, in terms of what people are expected to do. You heard from the introduction that I work for an organization called the Public-Private Growth Initiative. And even there, we found that we have focused on outputs far more than time. So before, what we used to do is sometimes contract on the basis of number of days or hours, and with some of our service providers. Now what we do is that we're very, very specific on what those outcomes are. Even if it is at high level, is that we try and say, this is what's going to be delivered, because the shift in terms of showing up as opposed to delivering has really been put front and center. And I think that it's actually one of the most valuable opportunities that's come out of COVID. And my suggestion would be start with yourselves. Look at your own jobs and ask yourselves, like, what are your key outputs? And start managing yourself better, then with the human resource functions, and then start looking at how you actually roll that out quite systematically into other departments. The second pillar in terms of decent work is around employment creation. And that really is, how do you support the creation of employment, and how does one actually support progression through careers? So this is where sustainable enterprises, job opportunities come into play on the demand side, but skills development comes into play on the supply side. And that's very much part of decent work. I think certainly what COVID has demonstrated is it's reinforced that lifelong learning spirit. So in the past, what people used to often do is they used to study, and then they used to get into work, spend time in work, and then they would retire. And what we're seeing now is that there isn't this linear path through that. There's a combination of learning and working and periods of downtime, But really what COVID has done is it's made learning available and accessible to so many more people because it's available online. I'm sorry, my dog is making a noise in the background. That's not me. I hope it's not too disturbing. So one of the things in terms of learning that we've picked up in both the private sector and the public sector is that people are really driving their own development much more actively. And that's a really positive thing because there's things that people are interested in. There's a lot of free online learning. People are just taking those opportunities and actually finding new areas that interest them. But the other thing that's happening is that one is almost internationalized learning because one can hop on and actually access free online learning in the United States or in China or Singapore. So it's opened up huge opportunities. But I think also to recognize that our sort of long-term skills and qualification frameworks are not necessarily that suitable for this type of learning because this is much more interest-based and it's much more short courses and it's not formal qualifications. But yet that's a type of learning that often is acquired with much more passion and is much more suitable for immediate work. So it's starting to tell us that the way in which our skill system is configured actually also needs to shift to keep pace with these changes. And there's a combination of skills that are coming through. It's core skills, it's technical skills, and then something that's really come to the fore during COVID is something called dynamic capabilities. And I don't know if you've heard much of it, but I started hearing a little bit about it just, I would say, in the year or two before COVID came into being, where they were speaking about what are these skills you need for the future of work. And people were speaking about adaptability and flexibility and teamwork and communication and ways in which people interact with each other. Sometimes people would call it soft skills, which I don't like the terminology because I don't think they're soft at all. These are skills that actually make you functional and effective and enable you to be solution orientated and actually drive delivery. And what we saw during COVID is the people that did best had these dynamic capabilities. Not in the people that did best, the departments that did best and the countries that did best actually harness these capabilities. We saw it in the very early stages of lockdown from a government point of view in terms of how the Command Council was working, the speed at which legislation was being issued, the way in which people worked together and came up with new solutions. We'd never had anything remotely like a lockdown. The speed at which essential sectors were identified and where there had been gaps, how they were fixed. Like I remember the one when the first lockdown regulations came into effect and the call centers, which are providing emergency services in many instances, whether it's ambulance or electricity or hospital admissions, water repairs, things like that. They were initially left off the essential services list and literally within 24 hours were included. And I think those are the types of capabilities that to some extent COVID has really brought to the fore. And I think it's the capabilities that we know are important in terms of productive work, decent work. So it's really how do you harness those, how do you value those type of capabilities, because that's what's going to enable us to deliver on the national mission. And agility comes in there as well. Agility in terms of types of work, I think people have spread out into different areas that they weren't necessarily doing. People have taken on short-term work. They've had to be far more flexible and also agile in terms of use of technology. Like none of us could use these, I speak for myself there, these Zoom platforms and these MS Teams platforms. I'd used Skype a bit before, but we have to move over quite quickly. So I think we've all become quite adept in terms of using different types of technology to take advantage of the new way of working. And then the issue around termination, I think a lot of those processes, unfortunately, during COVID were not well managed because people retired on their own at home. And I think that there's certainly an opportunity there to be able to still give people opportunities to exit in dignity, even if it's on a virtual platform, and there's ways to do that. So I always sort of think that decent work is very close to dignified work. And how do you give people dignity when they are leaving employment? You want it to be actually a continuous process from before people even joining employment, is that they join and they go through a lifelong career process, but that they're able to also not only work, but also leave in dignity. So very important. And then the other thing, which I think really what we've seen during the course of the last 2 years, is that the focus on youth employment and access to work has just become more and more important. During the course of COVID, the National Youth Employment Pathway Manager was developed under SA Youth, which the presidency rolled out. There is an online platform where young people can register. It geolocates them in terms of the opportunities. It puts in place their details, and it links them to the opportunities in the areas that they are able to work, but also linking them with their types of skill sets and their qualifications, even if it's a matric or less. So that's under sayouth.mobi. And I think also important to note that that was used towards the end of last year for the 300,000 teaching assistant posts, where they matched those opportunities with people in the areas where the schools were, and literally placed 300,000 people within a space of, I think it was 3 to 4 weeks. So it's a really useful tool, not only for people that that are looking for work, but I think really encouraging where you have those opportunities in the province to actually utilize that tool to make sure that there's a fair allocation for work. And it helps you considerably as well, because it does your initial screening and filtering, but it makes sure that people get opportunities in a way that doesn't exclude those who don't know who to speak to or don't have contacts. So really something that I would strongly encourage, both for public and private sector opportunities. Some of the work that we do with Public-Private Growth Initiative and in conjunction with Harambee is that we link the sector opportunities to that platform as well. So whether it's call centers or automotive component manufacturing or some of the retail opportunities, we're encouraging them to use this platform, because really our number one priority is to get as many young people into work as possible. The third area of the Decent Work Framework speaks around social security and protection. Typically that deals with things like unemployment insurance, pension, medical aid, leave, in terms of the different kinds of leave for illness and maternity leave and things like that. But generally, this is your safety net. That's an inherent part of decent work. And I think one of the challenges that we recognized, it was back in the early, I think it was as far back as 2013, is that our unemployment insurance system, for example, is not configured around different types of work. It's configured around your traditional model of full-time permanent employment. And actually that needs to change, because one needs to be able to say, even if you're involved in a work opportunity, is that you have a provision whereby you can contribute to an unemployment insurance fund and you can claim from it when you're out of work. So I was involved in UIF negotiations many years ago, where we managed to make it a little bit more flexible than it was, but it still needs to go quite a long way if we're really going to have social security for all types of workers, not just your traditional types of workers. So that is, I think COVID has shown us that that's even more important. In terms of general well-being, that work-life balance thing is really important, particularly when one's working the long hours that I started off speaking about. I think there's a lot of focus on both the physical and the emotional well-being. And people have to be encouraged, and you have to be encouraged in your own spaces to really look after both your physical and your emotional side. I think you've got to find a way of being physically active, whatever that might mean for you, if you're not, and even if it's 20 minutes a day. find those things that give you a sense of emotional balance and well-being, because the way of working has, I think, become increasingly stressful, especially because of the demands on income and what one is dealing with in terms of the large levels of unemployment and poverty that we're facing. So it's really important that as individuals we keep ourselves in a condition of well-being, if at all possible. I know that you would be aware that childcare became a real challenge during early stages of lockdown. People were working from home, having to look after their children, help them with schooling, particularly the young ones, very, very difficult. And instead of just focusing and going to work, one had to then actually be multitasking at the home. And I think generally as a country, while we've been aware of these pressures, we haven't necessarily been able to create the solutions. Very few, even in the private sector, very few companies have been able to put in place solutions that protect people in this regard and support them. And I think that we are aware that this has a distinct gender based aspect to it, because the burden generally falls more on women. And that has led, there's been some studies done in the US where it's led to a large exit of women from the workplace because they simply couldn't manage both. But I think from a South African perspective, we've also seen statistics that the people that were more likely to lose work during COVID were those that were lower earning and that were women and that were younger people and that were Black. And I think that that's unfortunately it doesn't bode well from a transformation and inclusive economy perspective, but it's something we've got to be aware of. One of the things that we came across, which was a very good tool, is that if one is in a workplace, what one can do is just use very simple check-ins with staff and your team members to make sure that at least you sort of connecting with challenges that people are dealing with. So the one check-in that I heard is that when you start a meeting, and it's not every single meeting, but maybe it's your weekly or your monthly meeting, is that you just start with a few minutes of how are things at home, how are things going, and you pick up there if people are really having challenges in terms of looking after children, in terms of working when there's a whole lot of people in the house, or in terms of getting to work because there's particular transport challenges, whatever that might be, but it helps us actually connect and it helps us be a bit more sensitive, and sometimes it helps us actually solution some of those issues. So that's certainly to be encouraged, but I think important message from me to you is start with yourselves there and make sure that you are taking care of yourselves, because if you don't start with yourselves, you can't be of help to others. Leave has taken on some strange habits during lockdown, particularly in the early stages, because everyone essentially was sent home, but they weren't on leave. And then, as people started to come back to work in certain roles, then the people were being isolated. What sort of leave is that? And I think that we generally got quite initially confused, but I think then quite sort of slack with how we were applying leave. So what's really important at this stage is do a leave audit, make sure that you're reinforcing how leave is taken, what circumstances, and go back to managing it, because otherwise people are going to get into very poor habits, and all of a sudden you're going to have this huge outstanding leave balance, and that's going to really sort of challenge from a productivity point of view, but it's also going to build up resentment of those people who haven't had a chance to take their leave and now are unable to do so. So my challenge to you in that regard is try and make sure that leave balances are back on track by the end of the year, and that's in all the areas that you're working with. And then, you can start again from the beginning of next year with a much better basis than we were able to do for the last year and a half. Health and safety, the one thing that COVID did is made sure that from an occupational health and safety point of view, if we weren't actually following those processes before, we certainly are following them now. And occupational health and safety committees in workplaces really important to make sure that they're working properly. They were one of the key levers that helped us do risk assessments during the lockdown. And I think what we've realized is how important a role they play, not only at the workplace level. I think what we're realizing in the private sector is that from a governance perspective, things like public health are now much higher on the agenda in terms of risk, in terms of social and ethics, and in terms of good governance. So all of a sudden, what you're seeing is some of the board people that are sort of coming into board positions, they're looking for health and safety experts, because this is the type of skill set that's coming through. I've spoken to some of those other issues, so I'm going to move to the last pillar now, which is around social dialogue. And I think social dialogue, typically in the ILO, has been a lot about collective bargaining. It's been about union and wage negotiations. It's been about social dialogue at a tripartite level between government, business, and labor standards. But what we've seen during COVID is that that type of dialogue has shifted into much more around partnerships, and really how do the private sector work together, the public sector work together with civil society on issues of mutual interest and attention. And then the issue around connecting with people at the workplace level. And I think one of the things there that becomes really important is how do you connect when people are working virtually? Because if you're all in your different homes and you're working in a way that you're not seeing each other, where are those connection points? And really that comes to connection points around common values, common objectives in terms of what you want to do, and really embracing diversity of culture and how people, different styles of work, but recognizing how people all come together in terms of the common aspirations. And then I can't emphasize enough the importance of regular, clear, and predictable communication and engagement. In times of uncertainty, one of the most important things that any business can do and any employer can do is just communicate. And I think one of the sort of earliest lessons that COVID taught us was that where there was this absence of communication, it would lead to increased stress, increased uncertainty, and an increased dysfunctionality at the workplace. So really find those ways to communicate, not long communications. I heard the person before me was speaking about facilitation and death by PowerPoint. That's not what we have in mind here. It's short communications that actually give people the information that they need. I heard a wonderful excerpt from the Japanese example that Toyota has actually used extensively around, if you can't say it on one page, then one shouldn't actually be going further than that. So try and keep it to one page or less. And really the other part of the communication is that engagement. So one-way communication, one thing, but engagement and really listening and connecting with people that you work with, that people that work for you is going to make you far more receptive to what those challenges are and actually help everyone's solution what the opportunities are. So here's just some sort of summary points, but I thought that it's interesting to reflect on them because they're good human resource practices, but I think they're particularly good at this stage when one's dealing with things like COVID and the changes that's brought to the workplace. So Jim Collins, in his book From Good to Great, speaks about 3 types of work in human resources: the transactional day-to-day work, and that's things like recording leave, making sure that people are in attendance, making sure that payroll goes through smoothly, those type of things. Speaks about interventional work, which is top-down policies, so the types of policies that I was indicating earlier in terms of changing some of your way in which you're contracting, how you work from home, internet access, digital access, things like that. That's your interventional work. And then there's the transformational work, which is around driving change in partnership with others. And actually what COVID has reinforced for us is that we need all 3 of those different kinds of HR work to have a great HR function. It's not like one is more important than the other, but you actually need to bring those capabilities together. So please be conscious in terms of the people and your teams that you're working in, because you need all those capabilities. And if you don't, start thinking about how you bring in those capabilities. Sometimes people have these capabilities, but they're not working in roles that allow them to demonstrate these capabilities. So even there, you can sometimes reallocate amongst the people that you have, and you say, like, this type of work really interests me, or I think so-and-so would be really good at this, and bring that together in a way that makes sure that you've got all those elements in your function, because we need that. On the bottom left, there's another excerpt from Mariana Mazzucato, which I thought was really helpful. And she spoke about this new vocabulary and narrative. And she moves from, and this is very much part of the mission-driven state, and she says, we've moved from fixing markets and trying to control things from a government point of view to co-creating and co-shaping solutions. And I've seen that brilliantly in some of the work that we're doing. We co-chair the National Sector Master Plans with the DTIC and the Presidency and Organised Labour. And the master plans are co-creation. So these are sector master plans. Instead of government issuing the master plan for the automotive sector or for the call center industry or the agri sector, is that the sectors are co-creating these with government and co-shaping what they look like and driving growth in that way. So a prime example, but we've seen the appetite for that during COVID really increase. De-risking, so before the focus used to be how you de-risk, how you go as safe as possible. The focus now is actually on how do you welcome uncertainty in terms of bringing new opportunity and new solutions. Before it used to be picking the winners, whereas now it's picking the willing, and we do that constantly in the Public-Private Growth Initiative. We go with a coalition of the willing. Those businesses or sectors that need help, that want to move, we move with them. We don't try and make sure that we identify from the outside where the opportunities are. We go with where the energy is and where we know that we're going to get traction. And then the other one that I really want to point out is this move from outsourcing to capacity building, particularly important from a government point of view, because to a large extent, a lot of the skills and the sort of consultancy work was outsourced. And really the move now is how do you bring that capacity back into the state? And how do you make sure that you're giving people within the state the opportunity to grow and to be able to hold the solutions amongst themselves and to drive that work. One of the things that we're picking up increasingly in the work on the national sector master plans that we're doing, but also we've been working on the district development model. We're doing a private sector participation mechanism in one of the pilot districts in Waterberg. And I know you've got OR Tambo as well. So we're coming to you next. But one of the things that we found in terms of capacity is that programmatic implementation capacity is one of the areas that we are in shortest supply of. And if we can start trying to bolster that, particularly within the state, then it makes the implementation process so much easier and possible. So we use a combination there of implementation capability around program management, very, very strong prioritization. We try and focus on 3 areas of priority and no more than that to implement, because it's actually very hard to deal with more than that. And then we use partnerships extensively to be able to support delivery. So some of the key areas that are coming through as a result of COVID is really, and I don't need to say this to you, but digital access is absolutely key. Digital access is a function not only of having the tools of trade, it's also having the skill set to do it and having the ability to gain that technological expertise. Capacity building, having a common vision, like really entrench the importance of what you're trying to do in government. You know, is it that you are trying to improve service to people? Is it that you're trying to have better lives for people? Know what it is, because I think that's what connects you and moves everyone in the same direction. Far greater emphasis on coordination of the willing, connecting and trusting, and having this a transformational and adaptive culture, being flexible and open. Linda Grattan, one of my favorite HR authors, speaks about how you put people at the heart of corporate purpose. And she says, what is the glue that glues people together in this very fragmented workplace that we live in? And she says that glue is the values that combine us and unite us. So I really urge you to look at what are those elements that unite you as government and as a function. And then really start with yourselves, be the change that you want to happen. See how you start to partner with others to work more effectively. How do you connect with others, innovate, and be flexible and adaptable, and allow yourselves the space to learn and grow. And I'm going to leave you with another picture at the very end, which is really, I suppose, an image of the type of public sector that we do want to see. So one of the things that I've been involved in is the ministerial task team on professionalizing the public service, along with a number of very eminent people and the principal of the National School of Government. And some of the work that we've done is to say, how do you actually look at public service in a very different way? And hopefully this gives an image of some of the things that we were thinking about in those discussions. And it's around service delivery, be it on health, be it on our legal systems. It's around encouraging innovation and economic growth. You can see there's a lovely, in the top middle, the SA Youth Platform that I spoke to you about in terms of how we have an inclusive opportunity in our country to get youth involved, how we get the economy moving so that there are many, many more work opportunities, and there's a shared growth in the economy. So I hope that this little presentation has been inspirational in some respects. I hope that there's some new things in there, but I hope most of all it's inspired you to do things for yourself so that you can actually perform and optimize what you're doing within government. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for that inspiring presentation. I've sort of kick-started the question and answer session by posting the two questions that you'll see on the chat box there, just to allow other colleagues to think about their questions, but of course you can start with these two and the rest will follow. So colleagues, whilst Tanya is reflecting on the two questions, perhaps let me have an indication by show of hands for those who would like to ask some more. And then the technical team will help with getting closer to you. Tanya, if you can start with those two first.
Thank you very much. I think at the first one, the hybrid workforce, one of the areas that we've seen some interesting examples coming through is in the call center environment. So one of the largest sort of call centers that we've been engaged in started moving people off-site and enabling them to work from home during the course of the lockdown. And in fact, the statistics in the call center industry are really interesting. They're saying that a third, actually even more than a third of their workers now are working off-site and working from home. So when you phone some of the call centers, whether it's your bank or whether it's your mobile phone operator, and even like the UIF, some of the call center services that was provided there, is that sometimes the person is sitting at their home with their computer and actually providing the call from their own homes. And what the call center industry found in terms of hybrid environments, because they've got people on site and off site, is that when you've got new people who need training and they need supervision, it's far better to have them on site. In those early days when you're inducting people into work, It's important to build a sense of unity amongst people. People get to know who their supervisors are, who their managers are. So we're seeing that that's important. But then as people become more accomplished and able to do what they're doing, that actually then allows people to work from home a little bit better. So the one call center that I was referring to has actually put in place a policy that says if people have a certain amount of experience at that particular employer, so they've worked for a certain period of time, and if they're achieving over their performance targets, then they are given an opportunity, almost like an incentive, to go and be able to work from home. So provided they maintain their targets and things, then that becomes an incentive opportunity for people. The other thing that we've seen is that there are definitely some sectors that lend themselves far easier to work from home. So agriculture, manufacturing, mining, those have to be, many of them have to be performed on site. You can't go and perform those from home, obviously. But there are, even in those types of situations, there are some of the functions that can actually be working from home. So your financial function, some of your computer back office functions. Management shouldn't be all sitting at home. They should be actually involved. But then you have other sectors like your service industries with banking and your call centers and things like that, where they can be sitting at home, your consultancy and your professional services. They've moved off site. And I think you've seen, for example, you might have seen some articles. I saw PwC in the USA did a big announcement a few weeks ago. They said they've got 40,000 workers in the USA, and they've announced that they're never going back to the office at all. They said people are going to permanently work from home wherever they might be. And then you've got your customer-facing industries like retail and hospitality, and in the government environment, your home affairs or your hospitals and things like that, where you have to actually service the customer. So while you might have some people that are able to do the sort of back office work from home work, you certainly, it's different for the type of work that's being done. And I think the most important thing in managing the hybrid workforce is really identifying in a very fair and objective way who gets to be able to work from home when and who needs to come on site. The one thing I think would be really unfortunate is that if everyone automatically all comes back to site as lockdowns are released, because that is not necessarily taking some of these opportunities that COVID has presented us with to actually work in a different way, because it really is part of the future of work. And then I look at the next in terms of what are the recommended workplace policy changes in terms of hours of work, and how do we manage these contradictions and build trust, I suppose, in the process. So I would always say, you start with actually the engagement rather than the policy, and you sit and you deal with the people that it's going to affect. And you have that honest conversation, but it doesn't have to be a very long one. But you say things have changed. People are potentially working longer hours. They are working from home. How do we manage this? Do you have any suggestions? And you get people's suggestions, and from there, you incorporate the suggestions into the policy changes. Remember that any consultation on changes to terms and conditions of employment should be done in a way that is consultative. But what consultation doesn't mean is that you have to take on board the solutions, but it means you listen and you take the good solutions, because generally the good solutions come from the people that are actually experiencing what they're experiencing. But ultimately, as employer, is that you need to put in place solutions that are functional, that make sure that people are productive, and that make sure that people actually continue to work according to the laws of the land and in a way that's that we regard as work that's dignified. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the two responses, Tanya. Can I see hands, colleagues? Questions? should be having questions. This is the act of your work as HR practitioners, right? The subject under discussion. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Tanya. Two questions from my side. How do you measure performance of people that are at home? And secondly, how do you deal with people who do not want to come back to the office? Thank you.
Oh, those are challenging questions. In terms of people performance and people working from home, I think one of the things that unfortunately from a government point of view has been far more common than in private sector is the switching off of cameras when you're on Zoom calls or on MS Teams calls. And a lot of that is because of bandwidth and data challenges. But it really doesn't help to see whether people are actually engaged in the meeting. So I have a few meeting tips that I would recommend to you. The first thing is that when people are signing on, make sure that people switch on their cameras and at least greet. And then use techniques during the course of the meeting to engage people and ask them to come in. And ask them from time to time to switch on their cameras, particularly when you're having discussion time. Because it's really hard to speak to people anyway when you're just looking at your own image or when you're looking at a screen of names and you're not getting those responses in. So you actually don't know whether or not people are doing their emails, whether they are actually concentrating and or whether they actually are completely disconnected. So that's the one thing is I would really intermittently encourage you, switch on the screens and just make sure that people are present and definitely during discussion time. The other thing that I think, and this is terrible for government, is you have too many people in your meetings. Is think very consciously why people are going into meetings. I think we try and make sure that everyone that has a potential interest, no matter how remote it is in the meeting. But we waste so much time. Just once or twice, sit in a meeting, calculate how many people are in that call, what their hourly rate of pay is, and look at how much money you might be wasting by having so many people on those calls. So I've gone a route of, and we do the same, so I can't really complain, but I've gone the route of sort of saying, who is the minimum we need in the meeting, not the maximum, and to make sure that we've got those people there, and to really give permission to say, this is not my core area of focus. Do you mind if I actually be focusing on something else during the course of this call because I can use my time more productively? I know that that's hard in government. It's not how things work, but you've got to try and shift things that way because we spend far too much time in meetings. The other thing that I think from a meeting point of view, when you're working from home, that's really important is that one can get into the habit, and we all do this, of having sort of progress update meetings, but they're not really moving things forward very substantially. So you check in, you have a regular sort of meeting every week with a certain team and you go through certain items, but you're not really moving things forward. So I try and get into a habit of sort of saying, what are the outcomes that we need from this meeting? And you start realizing if you force yourself like that a bit is that if you're not focused on those outcomes, actually, like sometimes you're actually just wasting your meeting time. If you go into the meeting and you say, like, and this is a prime example, is what are the outcomes you were trying to achieve from my session? Hopefully you wanted to learn a bit more about the ILO. Hopefully you wanted to learn a bit more about the Decent Work Framework and how things have changed from COVID. So I hope that we've achieved that. But you know, if you just go into it and you say, I'm there because I'm sort of learning, and next week you could be in another session because you're learning, like it doesn't really take you forward in the way that it would if you're outcomes focused. So I try and go very clearly into the meetings and I state those outcomes. If I'm facilitating or chairing a meeting, I'll state those outcomes at the start. If I'm in good habits, sometimes I forget also, but that works incredibly well to say, you know, by the end of today, we want to know who's going to be doing this, by when are they going to be doing that, and if there are any blockages, what we need to unblock. And that focuses those discussions. So that would be particularly my recommendations around meetings, because I think meetings have made us become collectively quite unproductive. In terms of managing other performance, if you're working on things like call centers, and I know there are a number of call centers within government, that becomes far more easy to manage because you can actually digitize it and you can monitor performance online. The call center business that I was telling you about a little while ago, they've got digital, everything is digitized, and they can see that. And they've said now that they are managing people at home, it's actually easier because they have got this digital platform in front of them, and they actually have a wider span of supervision than they were able to do before because they've had the digital technology that supported them to do that. So if you can monitor work and it's on a digital platform, that becomes easy. If it's not digital and you're monitoring other work, it has to be outcomes-based. That's the only way to do it. And I think, you've got to spend that time up front to define those outcomes for the year, for the month, the quarter, whatever it is, and for the week, because otherwise things get lost very, very quickly. And there was another question in terms of that I forgot. Sorry, the second question. I took too long on the performance side, so please repeat for me.
The second question, Tanya, was about what do we do with people who do not want to come back to work? So literally refusing.
Yeah, that's a big challenge, and it's both across public and private sector. The reality is that one has an employment contract. The employment contract says that you will tender your services, and that in exchange for that one gets paid. People might have different reasons for not wanting to come back to work. It might be just refusal, so there might be a form of misconduct there. It might be incapacity, that people are sick, they've got long COVID. It might be an incapacity because they've got childcare responsibilities. But for either of those reasons, there's a process one has to follow, and those are, and if people can't present themselves for work in terms of the contract, one can fairly terminate their services. If it's a misconduct, one needs to follow the disciplinary processes. One needs to write the allegations, indicates that the person is deliberately staying away from work or negligently staying away from work, have a hearing and go through the due process there. If it's a form of incapacity, is that one needs to sit with the person, try and problem solve it, consult with them. And if you can't solve it, then one would also have a form of hearing and terminate for incapacity. You've got to get to the point now where that's starting to happen, because unfortunately, if you don't, you get to a problem where those people that are presenting themselves for work start feeling disgruntled because they're working, but other people are staying at home and they're not working. So that's where management has to come into play, and you've got to deal with it. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Tanya. Colleagues, if there are no more questions, then let's give a round of applause for that presentation by Tanya. Thank you very much, Tanya, as always, and we're looking forward to more insights at the next sessions. Thanks. Colleagues, then the next part, it's what we have been speaking about, the group sessions that are coming before lunch. They are going to be process managed by two colleagues, Dr. Izzy Malaji and Miss Rebecca Dube. Just by way of introduction, Dr. Izzy Malaji holds an MBA and a DTech in Business Administration from Tshwane University of Technology, TUT. She's a Director of Finance at the National School of Government, responsible for finance management, donor funding, and reporting. She also facilitates training in programs such as compulsory induction program for levels 13 and 14 and lead facilitator training. Her experience also includes part-time lecturing at institutions of higher learning such as UNISA, School of Business Leadership, Damelin, and TUT in the field of accounting and public finance. In her career, she has worked in the banking industry with ABSA, Institution of Higher Learning TUT, private sector EMAS, and public sector St. Parks, Gauteng Treasury, and NSG. Her areas of interest are research in the public service space, change management, and entrepreneurship. She is passionate about youth development and empowerment. As far as Rebecca Dube goes, she is a seasoned public servant with over 9 years of experience in various departments. She's currently an assistant director marketing at the National School of Government with a demonstrated history of working in the professional training and coaching industry. Skilled in customer service, communication, stakeholder management, event management, and digital marketing. She is part of the PSTF Secretariat. She is a strong marketing professional with a National Diploma in Marketing from Durban University of Technology and Professional Diploma in Digital Marketing from Digital Marketing Institute. She is currently pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Communication Sciences with the UNISA. She is passionate about digital communication, media, and multimedia. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to welcome the two colleagues to take us through the next process.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. I know we've had a working tea, and now this session is standing between your lunch break. But you would realize that this session is very key, as Dr. Shezi indicated yesterday when he was doing the purpose of the PLE, that we are here to share our experiences, to share our practices, and this is what the group discussions are about. So without wasting more time, I'm just going to explain how we're going to go about it, and may I request that as we break into groups, we please observe all COVID-19 protocols. So we're going to break into 3 groups. The first group is going to be on my left, the first 2 rows. When I say first 2 rows, which means the 2 desks on my left, will represent group 1. I will indicate the topic. And then group 2 would be the middle desk. So the 3rd tables and the 4th table will form part of group 2. And then group 3 would be the last 2 rows. I know that group 3, in terms of representation, looks small, but I trust your capabilities. You'll be able to do this very well. So what I can suggest is that maybe 2 groups, maybe group 1 and group 2, can remain in the main hall. If you're comfortable with that, one group could take the far end of the hall and then the other one, the opposite end, and then group 3 can maybe find a spot outside so that we have interaction properly. Now, if we can get into the topics, group 1 is going to be taking, okay, it's up there, instilling a culture of ethical behavior. We had a presentation yesterday. I've put up a couple of questions which are like a guideline for how you can shape your discussions. But Dr. Izzy is going to be coming around into the groups just to give clarity and guidance. So group 1, instilling a culture of technical behavior. We know that our president does not end his speeches without touching on ethics in the public service. So this is very important. And then group 2 is going to be speaking on organizational resilience, which we had a presentation by Mr. Makhaladi yesterday. So we want to basically understand what are the current situation in your various departments and what are you recommending as a way forward with these discussions. We want to by the time we leave here, we want to understand what's the status quo of the province. And in group 3 is going to be discussing what we've just had now, working from home. Now this affects everyone with COVID-19. What is the current status? How can we move forward? How are you managing it? The reporting lines and so forth. So I do have a few questions up there. Maybe if you can, for group 1, the question is, what's the current state in your organization? How well are ethics put into practice in the organization's everyday operations? How well each individual adheres to ethical behavior? What initiatives will our department or the province implement to promote visible ethical culture in the immediate, short and medium term? And how will these be coordinated, monitored, and evaluated and sustained? What I would request is that on each group, we have one person that you will nominate who's going to come back and give us feedback. You can also nominate someone to take down the notes whilst you interact. So for each group, there should be someone who writes down your discussions, and then there should be someone when we come back who's going to present on behalf of your group. We don't have much time, colleagues. I'm going to request that we take 20 minutes for our discussions. So as soon as I conclude here, I need all of us to move into our groups, because you would realize once you start engaging, time really flies. So if we can move to group 2. Group 2 for organizational resilience. What is to be done differently moving forward? What are the labor relations implications and policy changes required now and beyond? What is the HR role in redefining how and where work gets done? How to retain skilled personnel in departments? Some of the questions, you don't have to stick to these questions. These are just guidelines on these topics. And then if you can move to group 3, please. Group 3, are we geared for the changes? In terms of resources, technology, are we there yet to be able to navigate the COVID-19 pandemic and working from home? What structural adjustment will be required after COVID-19? What are the labor relations implication and policy changes that will be required beyond? And how will we monitor and implement and evaluate results? Currently, how are you doing it? And what's the recommendation? We just need your input to share your expectations. You are coming from different departments, and so we want to hear what is the status currently and what is the suggestion going forward, so that we can put something together and see how NSG can help you. So colleagues, just to repeat, group 1, the first 2 rows on my left, group 2, row 3 and row 4, the middle rows, and in group 3, it's the 4th and the 5th row. Can we please break into our groups? We will come around with Dr. Izzy to come and clarify the task and to provide guideline and assistance. We have 20 minutes. It is now 10 to 12, which means by 10 past 12, we need to come back and give feedback if we are going to make the lunch time. Can we please break into our groups? The clock is ticking, colleagues. If there's a group that's comfortable going outside, by all means, just indicate where you're going to be so that we can come and provide guidance there.
weekly schedules of the employees per board.
There must be weekly schedules as an actions,
As an action.
so that by the end of the week, the activities ezithethe ngazo phaya kuyareportwa ke.
Yeah, because we are still reporting against our own targets in the APPs.
Yes.
And sometimes us as managers, we fail ourselves in managing those targets. So we allow people to stay at home and to do whatever they want. We don't follow up on that.
That is a good point.
Yeah, so let us emphasize the issue of the APP standards.
Masifakeni le nto ithetha ngo-AD yoba APPs have not changed.
It hasn't changed.
So we needed to sit and say, how do we deliver on these aspects of on the targets as APP once you are not at home? That means we needed to replay. Into singakhange siyenze leyo sivele sachithakala sivele saroteta wena ungena ngoMvulo wena ngoLwesithathu without planning ukuba how are we going to facilitate that CIP now. Additions zisamkelekile.
Are we done now?
Okay, it's a flow of the presentation. Siyavumelana uba we have to read the current status. Umelele sonke ngokuba current status there was no proper planning. It just implemented the operation plan. There were no controls of how we control. Then yes, as a result of that, abantu think that they are on leave, and most importantly, ke ngoku i-leave ayithathwanga ngabantu, people are
We're done now.
One.
Mr. Lugelo, is there nothing you want to say from the biggest department of education?
Okay, one. In response, there's a code of conduct needs to be reviewed. Then leave determination. But is an kakuhle nawo zifaka ku-labor relation because we talk of policies. Then sathetha nge-resources. Hayi kaloku
We are too powerful this
Okay. Sathetha ngento yoba we need to plan better for people abane comorbidities. So these people must be given isolated offices.
Okay.
Because in the department, because those people, some of them, they don't have like the Wi-Fi, some they don't even have computers, for example. Uzovela, that person will go and stay at home doing nothing. Because that person doesn't have resources.
That point comes from most of our departments. I think you are working alone. Not about the director. So that's why we're talking about educated people.
Yeah.
So that we avail offices where other ones that are working with these systems and those that have comorbidities. One office is working with people that are comfortable knowing that I'm the one in this office space. So the chances of virus, whatever, especially abasebenza nge-system ezingasebenziyo at home.
Rebecca, we are done. Long time.
We need to regulate virtual sessions because there is just so much virtual overload. Everyone just I think it has become one of our operational activities. What can I do? Virtual meeting. And also another thing, culture which I regulate the hours of work. I don't know about police, but I don't understand someone who's on the phone on a Saturday because he went somewhere else in the week. But Saturday, man, now I must sit down and listen to what he wants. Or at 10 o'clock at midnight, I must sit down and listen to what this person wants. You need to regulate stick from Monday to Friday. Friday unless you've got an explanation of explaining yourself to this particular official as to why am I called? Was it a matter of urgency? Or is it a matter that you did not plan better? Second of the deputy director, when I hang over the 2 days that I'm working at home and decided to go out with my family. And now I remember your OTP was the report. Now I start calling my assistant director and say, give me your report. That's so unfair. So we need to work hours of work, once you're at home, then the time and allow family time. That's another thing that this year they have a very loose. We are just asking what the question is.
We're just waiting for education.
For example, the council is my supervisor. But you know,
But I don't know, you know, most not afraid to go family. I don't worry.
that I wonder,
I'll go family, I don't worry.
when are you available for us to
You know,
discuss?
most.
That's the relationship we have. She doesn't say to me, let's discuss this report. And if she has to call me on a weekend, we'll start by apologizing and explain and say, yo, this one slipped my mind. You've got to save me from here. So when we do that and something like that time, it's from that relationship and from that explanation, but I acknowledge you, but this is nice. So I think that is what the relationship and standardized and
Sibeka biphamu HR na. Phamu HR.
Not because supervisor wako mama kakuonele na nina. And the number is the same. If I had to call on at an awkward time, I start by apologizing. Say sorry for calling you at the time. And I accept number 10, wait now for tomorrow. If we can wait for tomorrow, then
promote ethical and what we call behavior in
I
must be maintained.
the senior manager of treasure.
That's such a wonderful.
What's your point?
What is the point?
I don't know. My
Hello? Which one? Ai, suka. Ona wena lapho WhatsApp wena. Yo,
I see a missed call for the Department of Sport.
Colleagues, just 2 more minutes to wrap up, please. And once you are done, we can go back to our seats. And then I will call each group representative to come up and present for their groups. And let's be considerate, colleagues. Some of the colleagues are not done. They are just doing their final touches. So if you are done in your group, can the noise level be limited, please? So just probably 2 minutes before we start, so that we can move back to our seats, finalize everything, our notes, and then we can proceed. I think Group 1 heard from the grapevine that there is a reward for the best presentation, hence they are still busy. Group 1, can we proceed? You want us to start with the other groups? Okay, I need everyone to be facing the front, please, so that you can also listen to the other groups. Hence, I'm asking if you still need more time, because once we start, everyone needs to be looking forward and listening to the other groups. Okay, because Group 1 is requested that we start with the other group, we'll start with Group 2. The group that I'm not going to say was the loudest on their discussions, but I'll say was the most enthusiastic group. So can we please have the representative for Group 2 to come forward and give us their feedback? They were discussing organizational resilience. A round of applause, colleagues.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm representing Group 2. My name is Mfundi Sonzimande. Our focus is on organizational resilience during and post-COVID-19. We look at different issues as Group 2. We look at the current issues that we face as departments because we are different departments in that group. One of the key issues that we look at it is the behavior. Currently, we have a challenge of employees not behaving as per the code of conduct. So it's one of the challenges that we have even as a province. But going forward, we look at the issue of reviewing the code of conduct itself so that as the employer we can manage to stabilize the situation within the departments. The other emphasis that we put at currently, people are still resilient with change. They are really focusing on the old method of working, but now we look at the issue of welcoming the change. Now, how do you welcome the change? You need to adapt to new policies that will be put in place by the department or by DPSA, and also align yourself with the current issues, focusing forward to say, okay, these are new policies that are put in place, I need to be adaptive. Then we also look at the issue of leave, which is the problem. Most of the employees in our departments, they have more than 50 days of leave not taken since last year, which is the biggest challenge. So we need to look at the issue of leave. Remember, we always say people must take 10 days before the end of the year. At least you must be taking the 10 days leave. But the challenge is that people are not taking leave at all. They just stay all. And some of the people, they think that because now we are having the rotation situation in terms of working, you have 2 days at work and the other 2 days you're at home. They think they are on leave. So which is the other challenge we saw. Now, going forward in terms of reducing, these people needs to be told to take leave where necessary. And they must be prepared that any time they are needed at their workstations, they must be there. Or if something is required, they need to make sure that they are available. Okay? We did have circulars from DPSA to regulate, but at the same time, we need department circulars or SOPs, standard operating procedures, to assist us. Mr. Simpson, you are disturbing me. I know what you are doing. I know. Okay. We had circulars, directive from DPSA, but the departments has to come up with their SOPs or their own circulars to regulate the working conditions within the organization. We also had these people with comorbidities. The current status now, they are at home without resources. Some of the department with small establishment, they manage to give resources, but big departments, they cannot give resources to everyone. For example, you cannot buy cell phone for everyone in the department because some of the departments, they are no more using telephones because people are not always in the office. And you cannot buy laptops for everyone. So how can we try and accommodate these people? We need to have offices that will be isolated from the current offices that we have. Because we have people that are working on an open plan. You'll find out maybe in the office we only have one person that has comorbidity. Let's accommodate that person going forward to say, okay, you're gonna have an office, you work here, because remember, some of the employees, they are having the workstations, not the laptops. So we move that workstation, we put it in that specific office, or maybe there will be 2 or 1 in the office to accommodate them so that they can work properly. The other mechanism to accommodate them, we can give them files, because remember at HRD, we work a lot of spreadsheets to say, go with these files, give feedback on how far have you audited the files, okay? The other issue is the issue of that we focus on regulation of hours, working hours. It's also a concern because you'll find out now a person works from Monday until Sunday. And the other issue now is the issue of regulating the visual meetings. Because you'll find out some of us, you'll have 3 meetings a day. You're working right through. Everyone who wants to disseminate the information, just decide, let me go on Zoom and arrange a meeting. Anyone who feels that, okay, now I need to have something with my staff, go on Zoom, just have a meeting. Forgetting that these people are also having other issues that they have to be doing, certain duties that they have to do, okay? Let me move to the second item, which is labor relations. We have a lot of acts, we have a lot of regulations that is in place, we have determinations, we have labor laws. For example, I'll start with the leave determination for leave. We need to start reviewing the leave determination for leave. Because the current determination just specifies the number of leave you are having, and there is no clause within the determinations that really specify now that during this period, going forward in terms of post-COVID-19, how are you going to regulate leave? It's just quiet. So we need to start reviewing the determination of leave, and also the regulations that we have, we need to make sure that they are also reviewed, and other policies in terms of labor relations. Because if ever these policies and determinations are not reviewed, we'll be having a challenge of a lot of labor issues like grievances and stuff. For example, I can just give one practical example in terms of the grievances that you might have. For example, people that didn't take leave now, if that person decides to take that 40 days in December or maybe next January, and then as a manager you say, no, you can't take, that person can have a mentality of putting leave because that person will say, I'm entitled and I couldn't take my leave during COVID-19. Those are some of the grievances that you might get, which we can avoid them. Because we can still avoid them if, in terms of these acts and regulations and the determination is reviewed. Coming to the third one, which is HR. I'm trying to be quick. HR. We need to have a standardized template in terms of reporting. Because currently you'll find out within the same department, there are different templates in terms of reporting. You'll find out each and every session is having its own template on how to report on matters or on how to give feedback. So we need HR to come up with standardized template that will assist the department in terms of reporting and giving feedback on issues, and same applies in terms of giving feedback on the work that has been done. I understand that there is weekly schedules also that we have, but with those weekly schedules, we also need feedback at the end of the week. It's not a matter of having a weekly schedule that doesn't have actions. The weekly schedule should have proper action plan, and at the same time, at the end of the week, we need to get proper feedback so that at least we know where we are going as an organization. Because the current status, we're just working as if we are just somewhere. There is no guidance. The other issue that I can go to is the issue of leadership. We did lack leadership during COVID-19 because everything was just came up, and then some of the offices were just shut down without proper leadership to say this is what is going to happen. For example, we're closing the offices because of COVID-19 after the president have announced, but there is no proper guidance to say from our leaders, guys, okay, now, this is the mechanism that we're going to take. We wait for DPSA. We need leaders that will make sure that we don't wait for DPSA, but instead, they come with solution immediately. So going forward, we need leaders that will give guidance so that we have proper guidance without waiting for DPSA directives, regulations. APPs were not changed. We need to go back and review our APPs. Because remember, the work that we're doing, it's based on the APP. So we need to go back and review those APPs so that at least they are in tune with the current status. Our APPs are still backwards. The working relations also has to be standardized. We do have some of the areas where we have systems. For example, PESAL. We also have a challenge there. A person that is working on PESAL cannot use PESAL at home. Can only use PESAL while you are in the office, which is the biggest challenge. And most of the outputs of the employees are based on PESAL, especially at HR. Finance people, their outputs are based on BUS and also Logis. So going forward, we need people so that if they work from home, they can have the accessibility in terms of PESAL and Logis and all these systems. So National Treasurer should make sure that they engage on these issues and assist where it's necessary. Because sometimes you'll go to the office and then you find out even in the office there is no network. But we have a 3G that you cannot use also on PESA. Okay. The last one, retaining the skills. We need to start with the organizational culture. Sometimes people, they leave because of the current culture. We need to change the culture of the organizations. It's a matter of culture that can make a person leave the organization. But if you can change the mentality and the culture of the organizations, most of the employees will make sure that they stay. But at the same time, remember, there are people who left us due to COVID-19. We can take those people and let them learn the other skills where there was someone. For example, someone in HR doesn't have a lot of work currently, I might say this, but there is a shortage at labor relations. That person can assist at labor relations. Or else that person can assist at HRD. By doing that, that person will be acquiring a lot of skills. Maybe that person can end up motivated to move from HRM to HRD. Not to say you cannot assist HRD, you belong to HRM. Remember, we also talk about the empowerment here. By doing that, you also empower the person. You need to make sure that the current skills that we have, we retain them. How? We look at the culture, we check what needs to be done going forward. For example, if we see that we do have the skills, but we empower these people, we make sure that they get more skills than the current one. Some of the people will be motivated to stay in the organization, not leaving the organization. Management style. That's another problem currently. Remember, we talk currently and going forward. You'll find that you have a style of management that is autocratic, using the autocratic style. Some of the people can leave because of autocratic style of leadership. But if you have management that can have a democratic style or a better style than autocratic, most of the people, it will be difficult for them to leave the organization. Because they will say, look, I still have to learn more in this organization. I'm not saying leaders or managers that are here, they must not be autocratic where there is a need. But what is key is that try by all means to be democratic so that you keep the current employees that you have. Branding of the other one, the last one, branding of the organization. You need to make sure that your organization is branded. How do you do this? Now, we're working, we come with innovative ways in order for us to be branded. For example, you transfer the skills to different employees within. By doing that, they will be at ease to make sure that they stay in an organization, they change the name of the organization to be a better organization. And you can even see the way they walk, that this is a person from DISRAC. You can even see the way they do things. That is the person, for example, from local government. So by doing that, you are trying to make sure that these people, they do what is supposed to be done and they stay in the organization. But if you don't do the branding of the organization, I'm telling you, people will leave. If the culture is not changed, people will leave the organization. By those words, this is the end of my presentation. I think if there's someone who wants to add, can add, or questions or clarities, if need be.
Thank you, Group 2. I thought they were covering all three presentations at some point. It was really a packed report back, and we appreciate that, those engagements. There were a number of points that I noted: managing leave, accommodating those that do not have access to certain resources like cell phone and laptops, regulating working hours and meetings, the lack of leadership, addressing that, and changing organizational culture is one of them. So I'm not going to open the floor to more comments on this topic from where I would normally do that, but because of time, I'm not able to. So I'm just going to ask everyone to just give them another warm round of applause. Thank you, Group 2. And then we're going to move to Group 3. Their topic is working from home, very relevant to our times. We know we started with level 5 unexpectedly with the lockdown, and things just went, everything was shut down. How have you been navigating that space in our various departments? I'm going to ask the group representative to come up and give us feedback. May I ask that the representative please keep it brief? No, I'm not cutting you down, but I'm just due so that we all have the opportunity. There's still Group 1. Thank you. Group 1? Group 3, sorry.
I know my rights. Thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you to the team. I am Nosivato Mkalipi Mkize, representing Group 3. We were tasked to look at working from home. Where are we as the province? Where do we see ourselves? How have we navigated that? And what do we intend to do going forward? Looking at the questions which were meant to guide us, the first one, are we geared for this change? Because this is the change that COVID-19 brought into our doorsteps, and I can confirm that we were not ready for it. Yes and no, as the province. We're saying yes because you go around the province and you go even into our office precinct and you see how everything is just being dug up in terms of improving our broadband. So in that regard, we are saying yes. And we are saying no because as a province, in terms of resources, we know that we are behind, and we also require the mental shift. We do appreciate what other departments have done. If I can mention one, the OTP, currently they're on an uncapped data services, which then allows them, whether they're in the office or they are working from home, they're able to deliver on their services. So that's why we say, as a province, we are yes and no. Something is happening. We are not sleeping on the matter. In terms of structural adjustments, we do understand that we have to look at the nature of the jobs, because there are jobs that cannot work from home. That's clear. We know that. For instance, essential workers and frontline workers. So as a province, we still have to get into the process of identifying those functions that are affected by working from home, because some can and others cannot. We also do require budget policy reviews, because the money we were using for traveling, we were using S&T, we were using for catering, we were using for all of that, to shift those funds into now the pressing matters that will allow us to work from home, which we can mention one, ICT. So we need to have those budget policy reviews, and also people need to be trained so that they can be able, because I, for one, I struggled, for instance, with working from home. One, with the noise from the dogs barking. Two, not referring to Carol, it happens to me. Two, also from not being with people. I'm an extrovert. I need to engage. I need to speak. I need to see people. I get energy from other people. So now I find myself at home by myself, and you can never expect me to be productive in that space. So we do need to be trained. Also, we do understand that there might not be replacement for warm bodies. The fact that now, in terms of our structure, there could be people leaving and other people have passed away due to COVID, but we might not have to replace those people. So those are the structural adjustments that we have to do. And also rethink the responsibilities of our admin staff. While you work from home as a senior manager, do you really need your PA? What are you going to do? Because everything is being emailed to you, you sign, and nobody is doing your bookings, because you do get all your invites online, you get a link, so no one is managing personally your diary. So those are the areas structurally that we need to think of, and also the issue of shared services. And moving on to the labor relations matters, the tools of trade, and to manage now employees who are working from home. Obviously, as a province, we are not ready for that. We find that as a challenge. The ability to manage employees who are working from home. Can we really account for the 8 hours that people are working from home? What is it that they are doing during that 8 hours that they are working from home? And also, we need to adjust our policies and review policies. We've mentioned that. And also the impact in terms now of labor relations of that we'll have between the employer and the employee relations. Because while employees are in the offices, it's very easy for them to mobilize and, get that spirit. But now they're scattered all over. So we do know and understand that working from home will affect the employer and employee relations. While we have to, I think Group 2 has also mentioned that we would need some policy reviews. We will have to drive communication of those policies so that they do not sit with management only or sit with the people who are working in our offices, but we need to make sure that all of the employees are aware of the policies. So communication is key on the new policies that we will have to implement while implementing work from home. And then how then we will monitor and the implementation and evaluate the results of our work from home. have to managing outputs versus presence. We know that presentism is a phenomenon that is available even when you are working from the office. You could be in the office present as a homebody, but not being productive. How much so now when you are working from home, when no one, because at least when you're working, we've all done that. When you're working from the office, when you're doing nothing and your supervisor comes through, you pretend as if there was something that you are doing. So now that you're sitting at home, you don't even have to pretend. You can just be present at home while you are saying you are working from home. The issue of ethics comes into play. Now, as an individual, as an employee, what is it in terms of your ethical behavior, in terms of your values, in terms of your commitment as a public servant that I might be working from home, however, I know that I have a duty and I have a responsibility as Nosivato to make sure that service delivery is there. And I have touched on the issue of monitoring tools. There was one employee of our colleagues who shared how they are doing it in their department, where in the past you will find someone, when you have to submit a weekly schedule. It's office administration. But now during this work from home, you have to be very specific. What is it that you are doing? You're not in the office. What were you doing from 8 until 12? And then you had lunch at 12. What did you do from 1 o'clock until 4 p.m.? So those kind of tools, those are what we need going forward if we are to implement work from home. And also strengthen reporting, which was also mentioned by Group 2. Culture change programs become key because this is a change as it is in the manner that we are doing things, in the manner that we are performing our functions. So we have to implement those culture change programs to make sure that people are engaged and people understand and people know that even though we are working from home, but we still have services to deliver to our people. That is basically all that was discussed by Group 3. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you, Group 3. I really like the fact that the presentation firstly started by acknowledging that we are not ready for working from home, and honestly speaking, I don't think there's any department that can truly say that at the time when this was being announced, they were ready in terms of resources, technology, and also just the change, adapting to it. Other points that I took out there, very encouraging that OTP has uncapped data services that allows them to work from home. They also touched on looking at the nature of the job, looking at the processes of managing the policy reviews. And whilst talking on policy reviews, I also like the fact that they're not talking about just having new policies, but also communicating, having a drive to communicate those policies so that people also understand what is the change, what is currently happening in their departments. Also, ethical behavior of employees, being responsible for your work. I guess the next group is going to touch more on that since they are talking about instilling the culture of ethical behavior. So with that said, another round of applause for Group 3. Now we're calling up the last group, but not least, which is Group 1, instilling the culture of ethical behavior. Please, come on. The drama.
Oh, sorry, colleagues.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Samgelo and the surname is Kagaza. I'll be representing the last and the first group, if I can put it that way. Okay, and colleagues, what I've noted is that we have been given the same questions but in a different language or different words. And hence, you have seen that the first presenter has answered for all of us. But anyway, we'll do justice by also providing our answers. So then ours is to, how do we instill a culture of ethical behavior as HRD practitioners? So then let's first start maybe with ethics. What are we talking about when we're talking about ethics? So, and another thing, I think since yesterday and even today, almost all these presentations, they are somehow connected to each other. And there's a speaker who was standing here, the program director, if I remember very well, he did make mention that president, in each and every speech that he makes, he always brings up the issue of ethics. And by that, it also tells us that we have an ethical problem as a country, not only as departments, which needs to be addressed. Now here, what are we talking about when we're talking about ethical behavior? Then this is based on written and unwritten codes of principles, values held by a society. So then the example is what is right and wrong. Can I just hold this thing? Hey. Oh yeah, I think this will be better. Okay, I want us to take note of the two words, written and unwritten. And what I've noted with the previous speakers, we have made mention of the code of conduct many times, of which when we talk of ethics, we're not only talking about those rules and regulations that are written. So, and it's also, there are also rules that also guide us. And we all know that the public service is heavily regulated. But as much as it is heavily regulated, we also need to know our rules as individuals. And also, there's also the other part of ethics, which is professional ethics. It was mentioned yesterday and even today that public service needs also to be professionalized. So, and also, this means that we also need to follow or also abide by the professional ethics. And that we are not going to work for public service to be professionalized, but this is what we need to do. Starting from today, in fact, this is what we should have been doing. Okay, and then the background. Out. Okay, I'll just talk from mine. Then the background. I've mentioned that the public service is heavily regulated, and also the president, it has been said that he always mentioned the issue of ethics. And the reason why is that it's because even in our constitution, there is also a provision of what kind of public servants are we supposed to be as public servant officials or as professionals. So chapter 10 of the Constitution states that the administration must be governed by democratic values and principles enshrined in the Constitution. And those principles, it includes a high standard professional of ethics must be promoted and maintained. The second one, effective economic and effective use of resources must be promoted. Before I pass on that one, there's also this issue of resources that we always bring up when we are talking about working from home and other things. You know, I agree that we really don't have enough resources, but I also feel that in most cases, the issue of resources is just an excuse, not necessarily as a valid reason, which is also another ethical problem that we are having. Because you will find that someone can be able to do something, or he does have resources, even if he has his resources in his capacity as an individual. But the fact that they are required to do something that is work-related, then they will say that we don't have resources, we are never provided by routers and other things. Okay, then to continue with those principles, public administration must be accountable. A good HR management to maximize human resources professional must be cultivated. Okay, we can continue now to the next slide. So that was to just give you a background of ethics and also another things that are involved, or what informs the problems or what regulates the ethics in our space as public servants. Now, looking at the current status in our departments. On this one, I think we have covered this question, almost all of us. So now this really talks to the normal and the new normal. That is the time before COVID and also the time that we are currently in. So the issue, and you'll find that most of these issues are just day-to-day ethical issues. The issue of time management, the leaves, and also management not taking a lead in terms of what's supposed to happen and the lack of prioritization. And I think maybe one of the reasons why we had these problems, the COVID came as a surprise. Nobody expected it. And like I said, as public service, we are heavily regulated. And in most cases, you will find that much as it is heavily regulated, most of the things or legislations, they are covering the employee more than the employer. And as a result of that, you will find that employer doesn't have a power over his employees, especially if there's nothing written. And another thing that we also made mention of was the fact that when COVID came, like, since everybody didn't expect it, and HR took a lead, or even the other departments, they did take a lead in providing a guidance on what's need to happen. But then we feel like in other departments, we know we operate differently as departments. In other departments, you will find that HRD was not at the front seat or on the lead of what needs to happen. And we also felt that HRD is supposed to be taking a front seat irrespective of which directorate is the principal of that particular issue or problem. And on that one, we made an example of a change management. So when we faced COVID, then there was a need to respond to that change. So then surely change management is going to be their responsibility. But they also need to sit with HRD next to them, because HRD is supposed to be providing solutions or awareness or guidance, anything that relates to change. Okay, now I'm already continuing with the role of HRD. Ne? I'm not sure if we're still on the same page. Are we? Oh, I'm still making sense so far. Oh. Okay. Now, what is the role of HRD? Yeah, that's where we are now. Okay, another thing, before we get to the role of HRD, or maybe that's also our role as HRD. When these things come, there is no immediate solution. And in some instances, managers or even us, they just use their discretion. There was also a mention of time from my colleagues that time is no longer, and the issue of time is no longer an issue. I think that was something like that, because we were talking about the fact that we were supposed to work from 8 to 4 or 4:30. But then, now you will find that there are a lot of WhatsApp groups that are created within the departments or amongst the departments. So then, let me not mention the employers, but one of the departments, for example, was mentioned that that department can send you a text even at 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. And yet nobody thinks of the fact that you are sleeping now. It's out of that 8 and 4. But then hence I said, those things, they also come back to ethics, because when we talk of ethics, we are talking of things that that we create for ourselves, not necessarily writing them. Because even the WhatsApp, there is no regulation on WhatsApp. But after all, WhatsApp, they are still used as official platforms for means of communication within the departments. Okay, then we said HRD need to conduct, organize workshops and retain employees on ethics. Then to instill ethical behavior, we need to be responsible and take it. I think I spoke to some of these things because basically what we're trying to say here is that each and every platform, especially the strategic platforms, what we said, HRD needs to be part of those so that immediately when you get out of that certain platform, you're already making some ticks where we will need to provide any change intervention or any learning intervention that needs to be provided so that we can be able to not react, but rather be proactive in terms of forecasting or foreseeing any challenges that might come up of any strategic intervention. And also we need to provide training programs or interventions that will be responding to these kinds of pandemics that we have. And also I think yesterday there was a presentation on absenteeism versus being present. And I think that's also another key question when I mean post-COVID. Because now I'm really not sure if do you really sit in front of that desk from 8 to 4:30. Because my observation, but a personal one, my observation is that at some stage you don't see a need to be at the office from 8 to 4:30. So the interpretation is that now we need to be more outcome-based than relying on our legislation or practices. But I know those kinds of things, they take time to shape up or provide some guidance. I think that's it for today, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Group 1. Need I say more? So I also want to applaud Group 1. I mean, this was not a requirement, but they had to demonstrate their technological advancement by presenting using a slide. So they've touched on the ethical problem not being just for the province itself, but also throughout the country, which obviously, like I started, indicated that even the president, in most of the time when he addresses the country, he always speaks about ethical behavior. They also spoke about professional ethics and the issue of leadership not taking the lead, which is very important. They also spoke about employees not abiding by the current code of conduct, meaning there are code of conduct, but they are not followed. And I also like that they included the fact that there should be a coordination of relevant training. Obviously, NSG is about training. So I like the fact that they said coordinate relevant training interventions. So Group 1, thank you very much. Another round of applause. And to you, colleagues, I want to thank you for a heartwarming participation from all the groups. You did very well. So let's give yourselves another warm round of applause. Before I conclude, I also want to thank my co-pilot, Dr. Izzy, who was helping me navigate or assist the group as we're guiding them for these discussions. Thank you so much, Dr. Izzy. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you, colleagues. I was saying to Dr. Shezi, I was very impressed with the level of passion that I saw in the presenters here when you were doing the session. Having been to other similar meetings, what I've seen today really got me inspired about perhaps the caliber of the public service that we are nurturing for future leadership of this institution. So well done in that particular respect. And it can only be the net result of the quality of discussions that happened in the groups. So it's not just an accolade to the individuals that came here, but the depth of the discussions that happened within the group discussions that you had. So well done. Yeah, we are almost at the final leg of the program. We will be breaking for lunch, and please make sure that your vouchers are with you for lunch. The kitchen is very strict with that. And we're going to ask Nwabisa that when we come back, please be ready with the provincial HRD report. Okay. But at this point, I would like to invite you to lunch as we break. Thank you very much. So what time are we coming back, Rebecca? At 2 o'clock. Huh? They say 2 o'clock. Are you fine with 2? Okay, great, 2.
information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service and respond effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the policies and national departments.
implementation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments. NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
It contributes to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public service so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The energy ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Machiavellian principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector, we belong to the government and workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we actually say we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are living in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school. We belong, we care,
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and me. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best government can deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service and respond effectively to these challenges.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in the government. Both those that are coming for the first time and those at the national level, but those that are in the evaluation and those that are in the senior evaluation.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Machiavellian principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National
ministry with regard to what can be us to design. We could also request from particular departments who maybe have designed a particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we made use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we designed the curriculum thereof. So, for example, we design our financial management and supply chain management programs. We will have a very close working relationship with policy initiative treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific dates, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training operation that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people in the department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use this opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning equal at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, factory, recently. These e-learning technology opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn any time and they can learn about the
Yes.
These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. Together, the departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, the departments have to make meeting and added advice available to the services.
Your people say they don't have money for you to be accommodated and
It's accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of principal is the highest executive office in the industry. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
So we have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together and we come up with a target. From there, we take it to the national treasury to do a review of those targets. National treasury application gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization gives us with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the issues that operates within the NSG with their own
ASG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
Hello,
Jackie. That public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the budgetary principles we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector, we belong to the government and workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care to our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are living in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school. We belong, we care,
we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of corruption, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and youth. And this school we are hoping can assist us with information on how to assist something to deal with this issue.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service and respond effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is dedicated to training public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the policies and national departments, but they are also mandated through memorandum concerning to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in the government. Both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at the national level, but those that are in the different management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision for the emancipation of South Africans from total challenges of poverty and employment inequality. We need to build a capable governmental state which, together with active citizenry, leads the drive against these total challenges. We also need to be part of building a ethical and professional public service. Through a suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible, and ASG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the amount of stock material utilized in terms of now of 200 to 1,000. We also need 2% of material printed in grade to accommodate learners who are legally impaired in order to promote diversity in national school of government training programs.
The origins of the design development of schools curriculum is multiple. For example, you could have queries with regard to what it means as a design. You could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have time to get policy implementation and then requests to support the
completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
Colleagues, we want to start with the last item on the program, but we are less than 50% of the audience we are expecting. So, and it's a provincial report. So ordinarily, we expect every soul to be here. Yeah. Yeah, colleagues, I think we are now ready to receive the report from the province. Provincial report on HRD matters by Ms. Nwabisa Ntantiso, Director, People Management, HRM&D. Can I check if Nwabisa is ready? Oh, so there's a slight correction here. Okay, yeah. Shall we receive the presentation? Babalwa. Okay, great. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Babalwa Budaza. I work in the Office of the Premier. I'm a Deputy Director there. Sometimes I am Miss Nwabi Sandadiuso, so we are one person. So when you see me, you see her. I'm going to talk about the province. What is it that we have done in the province so far? Where do we come from? How has COVID affected us? And also, what are the challenges that we had, and how did we plan to mitigate those challenges? And then I will conclude. Now, if I give just a brief background or a synopsis of what we have done in terms of the province, the Eastern Cape Provincial Administration planned very well, and we've planned collectively with the departments. But unfortunately, COVID came in March, and our plans were impacted because of lockdown. And it took us about 6 months that we were not doing anything in the province. Then, Department of Health was the only department at that time that delivered training, and more of their focus was on clinical and also the COVID management. Soon education started a bit, but very slow. Then OTP then mobilized departments to take up the online courses that were provided by the NSG, the ethics and all the other free online courses, and leveraging on the hard lockdown. But then that also did not work because of the data problems in the province. But some of those who did have data, they managed to do the ethics free online courses. Obviously, the anxiety and technology were the key impediments, although there were few employees that used the opportunity. Now, as regulations that were eased, more departments tried to implement training. Youth programs were severely impacted because working from home meant less supervision. And there was poor mentorship in the departments, and then there were no working tools provided for our interns to work remotely. But I must say, big ups to the interns that were in the critical service points, your essential services like SCMU, the interns that were working for wellness, because those interns meant that they had to work, and sometimes they did run offices on themselves. Budget could not be utilized under the circumstances and under the second half of the semester, and we fell short, and Q4 obviously is never a good time for HRD to implement. Now, how did we then strive, and how did we manage during the new normal 2021 moving forward to 2022? We had provincial engagements that were done using technology. MS Teams and the group WhatsApp worked to our advantage. I'm looking at my colleagues because I did abuse them using the WhatsApp Teams. We worked long hours using WhatsApp up until 10 p.m. And for that, we achieved 100% of submission of our WSPs, and we supported all the departments, and the departments supported one another to ensure that we submit our WSP. We signed various agreements with stakeholders to implement youth initiatives, like as placement of youth in internships and in other workplaces. Now, a total, here in the Eastern Cape, we're having a total of 124 775 provincial staff complement in total. And then our COE budget is 23,432,898,290,000. And attributed that our 1% skills levy, we have only been allocated 173 million collectively with the departments. And also, which means that our 5% of the staff complement is 6,239. CIP was implemented, but at a very slow pace. 96 people went through CIP, of which 8 were SMS members that were between levels 13 and 14. OTP-led initiatives like the Virtual Academy included. We started in a slow pace to pilot this Virtual Academy, and that included change management, tenders and specifications, managing virtual meetings, leadership in the modern workplace, and coaching and mentorship. We had programs that were approved to be implemented now in Q3. Because of the rise of the cases in terms of leave management, where we're not managing leavers well, and also the fact that a lot of employees, they do not report for office even though lockdown has been eased. So there is a need to do investigating and presiding skills, more on grievance and disciplinary action procedures because consequence management is not done. And there's still a new rollout in terms of the managing development programs, namely AMDP and EMDP. We have rolled out the recognition prior learning program to 4 departments. Departments are implementing training. They did implement in Q1, but it's very slow in terms of the uptake. But we did see in Q2 numbers taking up, and we are hoping that we're going to see better. Now, what is our skills focus as a province in this particular year from now going forward? We know that in this province, we need to grow the agricultural sector, especially agro-processing. We need skills in our strategic economic development projects like UI Project Mzimvubu and the Project Mtombo. I think all of you have heard in the news that currently we are busy building a bridge from Lusikisiki that will connect the Eastern Cape and the KZN. So as the Abantu Bakwa HRD, we need to be proactive to provide skills that will ensure that our people benefit from those particular projects. Skills for the oceans economy. It is a fast-growing sector in the Eastern Cape, but we do not have the relevant skills to ensure that we support that. Skills for sustainable energy. I think everywhere you go now in the Eastern Cape, you see the wind farms. That is also a growing need, and we need to make sure the people that work with energy, that we need to make sure that we have the skills, not necessarily to ensure that they use wind, but the maintenance of those things, of the wind turbines that are there. Automotive and light manufacturing, we know that we have cars, we are big on manufacturing cars, but at the moment, Mercedes Benz has just sent their people to Germany. A lot of them came back last week. The next lot is coming back because they're learning on the new car where you get in the car and you don't even use your key, and then the car will navigate itself. So what does that mean for us, and what other skills that we do have in terms of the digital? So most of the things are moving towards digital and robotics. So what is it that we're doing in terms of our HRD and in this space? We need to grow the tourism center. Our tourism center is dying on a daily basis. And then what type of interns are we sending? And in terms of reskilling, we need to rethink the model in terms of the tourism center and to ensure that our province is attractive, as we know that it is used a lot. If you see in your TV screens, you will see the scenery of the Eastern Cape that is being used, but we're not doing anything about it. Our achievement, as I have said, that we have 100% submissions on our WSP. SMS induction has been rolled out. We've participated in the PSTF-funded projects. DOE has trained most of their employees in Q1. All transversal training programs that have been implemented in this from April till now, we have got certificates that are going out, and most of our employees have been found competent in those, in change management, leadership in the workforce, and mentorship and coaching. We have active participation in youth programs. In terms of our Department of Education is leading, and we're so happy that they are leading in the apprentices projects with the EPWP projects that they have in their schools. Dr. Dad, through ART, funded the core function interns that are placed in farms, so we're happy about that as well. Public Works has funded both their TVET and their graduate interns, and also they are very good on their core function skills intern, meaning your quantity surveyors, your engineers, so they're doing well in that space. DISREC, OTP, and transport, they're very consistent in recruiting graduate interns in the province. That is just the 2022 report. In terms of our bursaries, 18.1s, we've offered bursaries to 1,023 officials. Unfortunately, if you look at those numbers, 18.2, which is the unemployed, to 523 unemployed youth. Artisan development is 250. Learnership, which is we're also lagging behind there, we have got 47. We've placed 535 TVET learners, 702 interns. Line function training, up to now, we've trained only 2,274 officials. Leadership training, we've trained 1,212, and that totals to 6,566. Now, what are our challenges in this province? Implementing under the new normal remains a huge challenge in the province, because the non-implementation that resulted last year, it resulted to budget cuts. And budgets reprioritization, because we had to buy PPEs, we had to buy resources. So it meant budget cuts to HRD because we did not spend. Not all governments or departments have got adequate budgets to procure working tools for each an employee and each learner. Connectivity is still a challenge in the province as large. We've got our outskirts like Lusiki, we've got far in the Jogabi where there is nothing called network. So in those spaces, we're still lagging very behind. Procurement processes have not been seamless at all. And we want things to be done now, but unfortunately, government processes are not allowing us to do so. Even though we have been automated in terms of us processing memos, but with the supply chain, you are still stuck because they're still stuck in paper. So that is also a challenge with us. Our learners, they require proper workplace support and guidance as rotation hybrid work arrangements continue. Now, we cannot, sometimes it's not easy to rotate the learners because there is nobody that will make sure that that happens in the workplace. Because the officials themselves in some of the offices that we put the learners have got comorbidities. So therefore it meant that we had to reprioritize. So the proper workplace support was not done, and it's still a challenge, but at least we're striving towards a better place. Laptops, we do not have them to implement virtual learning. Is still a challenge, because if we take employees and we ask them to do virtual learning, it means that you must have the necessary resource. Therefore, the employees, they tell you that unfortunately, I'm still office bound, therefore I do not have the correct working tools to do virtual learning. We're still having challenges in the province to leverage on discretionary grants. And this is done just purely because of administrative challenges, nothing more. Now, what have we done to mitigate these measures? Unfortunately, due to the technological constraints in the departments, we still see our province reverting back to old ways of delivery, like we are here, strong physical delivery. So same as training, we have reverted back to classroom. But then, be that as it may, for those that can do, what we have seen is a shift in terms of the inclusion of designated groups. When people are using laptops and the designated group, meaning youth and women and people with disabilities, they're able to join in the training because they don't have to be physically at the venue where training is happening. So at least we have seen a slight improvement in terms of that. So even though there is a disadvantage, but the youth uptake with regards to that, at least because they are used to be learning online. Treasury has just rolled out Logis training for all the interns, and they're strictly doing it online. And the learners have taken up, and some of them, they're using their own phones to join in and to be trained on the system. So at least that is working. So at least there is a balance somewhere. So we'll find our feet, but we have used that as a mitigation measure. What also we have seen is that the departments, at least now, they are training online function training, and it is in line with their workplace skills plan because with the limited budget that they have. So they train what is in their workplace skills plan. Change and innovation. We're exploring the virtual learning platforms. As I have said, Treasury has started with the Logis, rolling out of Logis virtually. Office of the Premier has rolled out managing virtual meetings as a pilot. We want to see how that goes, and then we'll take it, because what we have done, that program we've done per occupation in terms of your AOs, your ADs, your DDs, and to your directors. The use of technology and providers that deliver in that space. We're leveraging on resources through partnerships, as we have said that we've got partnerships with most of the sitters that have given us money, and then at the end of the day, we're able to make sure that we deliver. E-academy is in demand more than ever, and currently they're in talks whether virtual or physical, so that is a debate, but that is a change and that is an innovation that we want to propose. The new agreements that I was talking about, we're having an agreement with the PSTF. The learnership for the training of the disabled rural youth, we have implemented that. We've partnered with the Department of Education and DISRAC to ensure that those learners are placed in their workplaces, since they are departments that have resources and they have the right facilities for those particular learners. We've placed 60 interns in most of the government departments, and we've placed 30 TVET learners, students that are coming from ICALA, and all that has been funded by PSTF. The MQA, which is the Mining Qualifications Authority, has extended their hand for training of mine workers. Energy and water SITA projects are under development, and the new MESITA agreement it's still going to be awarded. I know that Hein currently is in meeting regarding these agreements, where he was saying that he'd want to seal the deal with MESITA so that it can be awarded, which means that most of our artisans will be trained and will be able to pay our P1s and our P2s. Now, as I conclude that COVID has changed the manner in which we operate, which calls for an amendment of policies to support our HRD initiatives. So it means as government departments, you need to go back to your own HRD policies that you have done, amend the policies, seek for advice, include labor, so that the policies can, at the end of the day, support the HRD initiatives. Collaborations and forming strategic partnership is key with all sectors. We see that at least that yields positive results. HRD is at the center of the value add to build capacity for the ethical and developmental state. I think with all these presentations, starting from yesterday, ethics have been the name of the game. So I think in all your strives, make sure that people are trained on the ethics management, because at the end of the day, it will come to be monitored whether the people have been trained on ethics or not. We need to implement new and emerging skills that meet the strategic needs of the province. I've highlighted the key focus. The onus is on you to ensure that in your own sector, you're seeing the projects that are there, but where can you be of service and where can you add value? We need to exercise due diligence and strike a balance between our 18.1s and 18.2s, given the fact that we're having an aging workforce and we need to develop new skills and to bridge the technological divide. I think in most departments, I won't dwell more, we know how our WSP looks like and we know who's our aging workforce is, and the partnerships that we need to form with our HRA in terms of making a point that there is a balance in the departments. I like this quote that says, in whatever you do, it's not what you do with what you have. In fact, it's not what you have, it's what you do with what you have that really makes a difference. Engos. And then.
Thank you, Nwabis Babalo. I think you represented the province very well. Okay. There were two questions that I had, but you sort of partly answered them in the course of your presentation. And one, which I've already posted on the chat platform, is how is the province positioning its skills training plans in alignment with the goal of a virtual academy? Because what we heard from Lawrence, I think yesterday, was that the virtual academy route is almost a foregone conclusion. That is where you're going to. But then from your presentation, I get a sense that it remains one of the options. It's either going to be physical or virtual. So maybe it's going to be very important that province gets a speedy resolution around the form and shape of this particular academy. But let me hasten to mention the following. That despite the form and shape that this academy will take, it's very important to recognize that there are certain programs that lend themselves to face-to-face sessions. And those that come as blended learning programs, right? So you can have, like we are doing with CIP, you can have the online component, but it may well be, like the previous speaker, I think it was for group 2 or something like that, that there are those courses that sort of demand that people must be together, like an induction program, ethics programs, where you need to be leveraging the experiences of other colleagues directly and not through virtual platforms. So my sense is, and again, I'm not a firm believer in binary logic. And binary logic would either mean white or black. But in life, we know that there are always shades of gray, right? So for whatever we do, an absolutist route, it's not one that is going to give us optimal results. We need to always and constantly be looking at what do we harness from the traditional ways of doing things, and the things that are going to support our missions moving forward, and what do we harness from the developing good practices. And the trick lies in the combination of the two, so that we can have a very smooth, if you like, change process unfolding. So that was one question, but I'm saying try to think very hard about it and not go completely virtual and not go completely physical. There's always going to have to be contestation between those two formats. And again, the important question was the issue you raised, why perhaps you are reverting to the old ways of doing the training. And you refer to it as physical training delivery because of resource constraints. My sense is that we do not necessarily go back because there are resource constraints. We need to be addressing the limitations around the resources. And when you mentioned the issue of leveraging strategic partners, I thought perhaps that is the angle that you need to be looking at. There are big boys and girls out there in those companies in the private sector with very fat pockets. And if we have identified some of them as our strategic partners, let's engage them around possible funding of some of the goals that we want to achieve in this province. I do not imagine a public service that is going to be driving its programs, service delivery programs, purely from the point of view or from an angle of taxpayers' money or treasury's fiscus. So there's always going to be a need to draw in the private sector to help us realize some of these dreams. And they come with big pockets, as I say, and if we can negotiate with them and use some of the powerful figures in the province, let's begin to do that. And them committing to funding some of the things that we are dreaming to arrive at. So we should not be scared about the scarcity of resources. We must address the problem head on. And let us fail rather than not try. So this is the point that I would like to leave you with. But 10 out of 10, Babalo, in that presentation. Yeah. Colleagues, I think we have now, I'm not anticipating questions. This is your report. So you have been ably represented by Babalo, so I'm not expecting questions, unless if perhaps there would be a hand that wants to amplify a particular point that was raised. Let me not close you out and just perhaps recognize if there is a hand or two. Yeah, Faith?
Mine is a question to Baba. In her presentation, she indicated that only 60 members of the SNS attended the CIP. So my question is 16 of what? And what are the plans in the province to ensure that SMS members are also going through the CIP? Thank you.
Okay. So 60% of which number? Oh, 16, okay. I mean, against the backdrop, if I may add to your point, Faith, against the backdrop of the fact that the course is compulsory. Okay. Another hand, yes? Oh, it's a response, okay.
I'm responding because I'm coordinating this from the province side. When we engage with the issue of induction of senior managers, we make sure that we take from the PERSAL report all newly appointed staff.
Yeah.
And in that specific quarter, then we concentrate on that specific total, which we request then NSG to send us a quotation.
Yeah.
There's not a pool of SMSs that we are having to go through the CIP. It is based on the recruitment phase. After the completion of the competency assessment and the obtaining of the results, those are the ones that we then target for that specific quarter to be trained. So the totals will vary. It will not be 20 today and 20 tomorrow. It will be either 10 or 15 or so, based on the recruitment that was done.
Yeah.
So there's no pool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know that number will change because I've just been alerted to the fact that I might be billed for a CIP that's coming in the first week of November, they told me. So I'm expecting the number to move from 16 to another, perhaps reaching the 20s and stuff like that. I'm looking forward to that cohort in the first week of November. Faith, you covered, right? Okay. Colleagues, that being the case, I think let's conclude the session, but Dr. Shezi, you said it was you first or Dr. Izzy? Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, I want to thank you very much for being with us throughout the 2 days. I want to thank the Office of the Premier on behalf of everyone else for making sure that we feel welcomed here in your province. Every time when you come here, I know I'm going to see Mr. Simpson. So I got to know him in a way, and whenever he sees me, he asks me, Doc, do you need a charger or do you need an extension? And I must say, for the past 2 days, I haven't asked him for anything. So it means that the province was well prepared for us. So thank you very much for making sure that we are comfortable and we're able to do our work. So at this stage, I would like to ask Ntate Mokgaladi if you can just come closer to me, and Mebudaza, where is she? If she can just come closer, please. Thank you. So, Ntate Mokgaladi, on behalf of the NSG, we would like to thank you for the work that you have done in steering this ship to where it is right now. I know it is good for you to be out of the province, but due to the work that you have, you always make sure that you make time to come and see people in the provinces. So thank you very much for all the work that you have done. Okay, thank you, Brastoli. Mebudaza, ke batla go bua le wena ka Setswana ke bona gore o tla nkutlwa gore ka reng. O tla nkutlwa ne? Okay, go siame. Ke a bua. Ba ga NSG ba re ba leboga go menagane ka tiro e manontlhontlo e le dirang fano fa mo Eastern Cape le ka moso re a leboga. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much, and there's a goodbye from my side. Dr. Shezi, over to you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the program. In terms of the vote of thanks, we really need to thank the coordinators for this session. It is unusual in a province to have a chief director involved in the actual confirmations and for the session. I must say that I have been running these sessions with my team in all the provinces. We now left with Western Cape and Northern Cape. But it's important to mention that this province is the only province where at one point I felt like my pension was going away because of fruitless expenditure. And yay, this province, it was a marathon, sleepless nights, COVID, cancellation. At one point I had resigned to the fact that I might have to pay the EU because of fruitless expenditure. But thank you, Lawrence. Thank you for coming through. Thank you, Nwabisa, for saving the day. And here we are. So that's why, again, it's the first province where I start by thanking the coordinators. I usually start with other, but in this province, Lawrence, thank you. Nobis, thank you for making it happen. We had already paid, and the session was cancelled, so we had to renegotiate until we are here. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. And then yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, your presence here and being with us throughout the session and allowing yourselves to learn and relearn and network. Because remember, at the end of the day, this is the ultimate purpose, that you expose yourselves to new learning opportunities and be able to learn and be teachable new things. So thank you very much for doing that. The EU representative, these sessions are courtesy of the EU as a strategic partner, and it's very important that we value these social partners that assist government to fulfill its mandates going forward. As Soli was saying, for example, that if the province has other things that they need to do in terms of strategic objectives, it's always useful to also cast your eyes wider than the public sector, because the fiscus tend to be strained. The presenters themselves, the facilitators, in particular our pilot, the main pilot and the co-pilot, Dr. Izzy, you handled the program very well, and we appreciate that, the professional manner and energy that went into this. Facilitation, it's a skill. Not everybody is able to master it. You see, when you see these colleagues handling the program with finesse, with finesse that they do, it's not automatic. It's a skill that comes with experience, and we're glad that they're able to share that with us. The presenters, thank you very much. The technical team, we're going in digital spaces now, and without the expertise of colleagues like the team over there in that corner, everything would go haywire. We're learning these things. You would recall, colleagues, at the start of the COVID scenario, a lot of things were happening in that spaces, with people trying to get into Zoom meetings and others coming behind in compromising positions, and others, whilst running the meeting, appearing. Remember, in Zoom you appear like this, and when you walk away forgetting to close that thing, people are like, we're learning, and it's part of learning. So thank you, the technical team. Of course, last but not least, the team that work with me behind the scenes, Precious, Rebecca, thank you very much, because they make it happen. They certainly do. So the PSTF is in good hands. One of the things I kept hearing over and over again, the aging workforce, and I don't know why you worried. No, that's discrimination. No, I need to talk for these people. Because of the aging cohort. It's not nice to hear people getting worried. We need to replace the skills because of the aging cohort. And I'm like, hell no. Not because I'm affected. Thank you very much. Go home, drive safely, keep sanitizing, keep observing all the pharmaceutical things that are made to assist us avoid COVID. Thank you very much. It's been wonderful to be with you. The aging cohort.